Okay, we return. And what an arc to end off the questions arc with. Himatsubushi is very interesting, and I so look forward to sharing it with you all on this wonderful Frederica Friday. How's it going, everybody? I'm doing all right. I'm hanging in there. Uh, I've got a new video coming out tomorrow, by the way, so don't forget about that. You should tune into it. It's gonna be real cool. I hear tell that it's about some series that I talked about a lot a couple of years ago or something. But anyway, for right now, let's focus on Real Peak. let's focus on Higurashi. Himatsubushi, for you, the final mystery. Time-killing chapter. I now entrust you with all of the mysteries hidden within Higurashi when they cry. However comical it may be, if you have reached any conjecture, then you have passed. This final novel is a meager reward for you. Conjecture is impossible. You have the right to reject this story. We were not going to be going with the additional console port choices that were added. We're just going to stick to the PC content. Thank you very much. Who is the criminal, you ask? Don't we search for them in this story? Who is the criminal, you ask? Do you even know what the criminal did? Who is the criminal? Who is the criminal who will kill me now? Frederica Berncastel. Midsummer 1985. We're going back. It's earlier. There's something I was gonna say. What was it? I was just thinking of something. Oh yeah. For this arc in particular, I decided not to show the OP. That is because there is a scene, like, most of the OP is focused on the advanced story characters for some reason, and like I said, the advanced story characters aren't in the original series, so just kind of felt incongruous. Also, it has one CG in it that is, like, I consider to be a bit too much of a spoiler for next arc, so yeah, just kind of skipped over it this time. I might show it again later, though, when it's past that point. Artless with the $10. Great streams, your VA performances are fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so let's get to it. Oh, 1985, the future. Wait, yeah, I don't know why I said before. I meant after. Sorry, my brain got mixed up with Umineko time for a second. But anyway.
I'd misread the time and ended up arriving too early. The schedule board flipped with a series of clacks. My flight to Sapporo was still a bit later on. I still had over an hour before boarding. Well, I might as well close my eyes for a bit on that bench over there then.
Rainbow Alchemy with the $5. This is the arc from the anime I remember least, so I'm excited to learn what it's about. It's pretty short, but the anime makes it even blink and you miss it shorter, so probably why. Who is this character? Don't worry about it, you'll figure out soon.
I came here directly from work, so maybe the fatigue from that was making me sleepy. Finding a suitable bench, I put my luggage down on the seat next to me and settled down. Phew. I sighed like an old man. I had hoped to stay young forever, but had become splendidly middle-aged. Apparently the rumor that even people in the latter half of their 20s experience a decline in their physical strength wasn't a lie. It had been mind-numbingly busy at work lately, so I rarely had any time to myself. This might have been the first time I'd been able to enjoy a journey alone like this since I was a student. The reason behind this trip was to meet with an old friend. It was a bit strange to call him an old friend. In fact, it might be better to call him a bad one. After retiring a couple of years ago, he moved to Sapporo, his mother's hometown. His mother passed away soon after, and he was now peacefully enjoying his second lease on life. His name was Kurauda Oishi. He was a former detective from the Primary Investigation Unit at the station in Okinomiya, XX Prefecture. To be honest, the only direct contact we ever had didn't last more than 3 days. After that, we exchanged New Year's cards, but never met again. So this would be the first time meeting him in 7 years. In other words, we met 7 years ago. In 1978. There was something I just had to ask, to talk to him about concerning that time. To explain that it was impossible not to recall the incident that had happened. To explain that it was impossible not to recall the incident that happened back then. That kidnapping, the details and resolution of which were resigned to darkness. Also, it was impossible not to recall a certain mysterious girl. My name is Mamoru Akasaka. It was a year that had been strangely hot, even though it was only June. Early summer, 1978. So yes, if you... obviously, I'm not going to get too into it because, as I have decreed, no big Umineko talk in this chat because I want to keep most Umineko talk out of Higurashi for spoiler reasons. But Mamoru Akasaka, the guy we've just been introduced to, our POV character for this episode, is voiced by Daisuke Ono, who also voices Battler in Umineko. So, there you go. Fun overlap. Goodbye, teacher! Okay, bye. Watch out for cars. And don't drop in at a friend's house along the way. Make sure you get your textbooks in order for tomorrow before you go to bed. Atropos with the $2. Oishi is a bad friend, yes. Yeah, pretty much. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The lively sounds of children running towards the hallway. Hey now, didn't I tell you before? I already have one of those. I don't need any more. The unique high-pitched voice of youth. The energetic shrill of the cicadas went completely unheard by their ears. Children, returning home from school, split off one by one from their groups of friends as they went through intersections in the residential area. Nozo, I wouldn't worry about that too much. Even though there were several of them in a group as they left the school, as they got closer to their homes, their numbers dwindled. That's why the fewer friends you were walking home with acted as an indicator that you were much closer to your destination. Later! See ya! Yeah, see you tomorrow! He finally parted ways with his last friend. A van was parked at a bend in the road. The window was open, the sound of the radio leaking outside. It must have been on the news or something. Oh, wait, radio voice. For that reason, the three of them were arrested for traffic violations and obstruction of justice. Due to the protests against the Hinamizawa Dam project resulting in bloodshed when clashing with riot police last month, things have only become more violent. The police are therefore taking precautions against radical activists starting yet another incident. Last week, there was also a direct confrontation with Minister Inukai on the steps of the Ministry of Construction. The boy's ears perked up at the mention of the name Inukai. At that moment, a man's face peeked out suddenly from the window of the van. His behavior was a little different than that of a man looking around to see if there was any incoming traffic before he opened the door of his vehicle. His eyes meeting suddenly with the unfamiliar man, the boy panicked slightly. Nightingale, okay. Skylark, okay. They've secured the 2 blocks around us. We're good to go. The man in the passenger seat whispered quietly. Nodding in acknowledgement, the man opened the door and stood before the boy. Are you Toshiki Inukai-kun? While asking that, the man peered at the boy's name tag. Toshiki Inukai. The name was written plainly there. The phone rang for a third time. If he reached out, he could easily pick up the receiver. However, he was concerned that if he picked it up before it had even finished ringing once, whoever was on the other end of the line would think him a fairly cheap person. That's why he normally never picked up the phone until the third ring. Even he thought it was a worthless habit. However, his thinking that there isn't much meaning in waiting for just 3 rings, wouldn't waiting for 5 be alright, was very much a reality. His mind filled with such trifling thoughts, he picked up the phone after the 3rd ring had finished, its reverb dampened by his action. Yes. Hello? Hello? He knew that sometimes due to a malfunction at the switchboard, calls didn't connect well. At those times, it was best to hang up and let the person on the other end call again. Thinking that, the moment he began to hang up the phone, he sensed that he was definitely connected after all. He felt the presence of the person on the other end of the line, keeping silent. Hello? There was no way they didn't hear his question. What was the meaning of this? It wasn't like he didn't know that people could use silent calls to harass others. However, he'd never received a call like that until today. Maybe he was just lucky before, but he didn't believe that he would receive such a call on this phone. There was no direct calls to or from this line. Everything had to go through an operator. Therefore, there was absolutely no way the call would be connected unless it was verified there was somebody else on the other end of the line. That's why he didn't understand how to deal with the silent call, and instead settled into confusion. I don't know who you are, but if you have nothing to say, I'm going to hang up. Please call again some other time. Intending that to be a parting line, he made to slam down the receiver. It was at that moment the person on the other end spoke for the first time.
You didn't say who you were, so I was anxious. If you're not Minister Inukai, please hang up right away.
He couldn't help but be surprised by the extremely strange voice on the other end of the line. Was there a human alive who could speak with this hoarse and metallic voice? Okay, yeah, I didn't know what voice to use, so thanks for describing it for me. No, this was a voice he had heard somewhere before. That was the kind of voice that was on those lowbrow documentaries that they'd use when they wanted to hide the identity of a speaker, wasn't it? The voice he was hearing over the line was exactly like that. Who are you?
As I said, that's what I wanted to ask. Are you Minister Inukai?
He, Inukai, hesitated to answer. Unable to discern the intent of this suspicious phone call, he had a vague feeling that something was off. He thought about hanging up the phone and asking the operator who initiated the call. However, he forced himself to restrain that urge, and for the time being chose to state his name and listen.
That's right. Now,
Sorry, no, not you.
That's right. This is Inukai. I said my name, now say yours.
my name doesn't matter. First of all, let's begin by thinking about the situation you're in right now. Right now you're sitting in your chair talking on the phone, yes? Then why don't you try opening the lowest drawer to your right?
The lowest drawer to the right of the minister's chair. There was a lock on it, not enough to function as a safe, but nevertheless it was a drawer that contained some valuable things. That's why Inukai thought the person wanted some of the important information contained within that drawer.
Sorry, but I don't have any intention of opening that. I have no reason to follow orders from somebody who won't even give me his name.
If you don't open that drawer, I'll hang up the phone. You'll most likely end up regretting that. Why don't you think about opening that drawer first?
Inukai didn't like following orders from this suspicious person one bit. However, he was concerned about what the man said about regretting it, so he decided to open the drawer. He took the small key he kept stowed in his wallet and unlocked the drawer. His hand stopped right before he opened it. What if there was a bomb inside and it would explode if the drawer was opened? That delusion took hold of him. He quelled that instinct and opened it.
Did you do it? The thing that's in there. Do you know what it is?
What is the meaning of this? Hey!
I don't think there's any need for me to explain, is there? I'll give you some time, so please think about it a little. I'll contact you again later. Now then, pardon me.
Hey! Wait! Hello? Hello?
The call had already ended. That would not change no matter how much he yelled at it. Even still, Inukai, without realizing that, continued yelling into the receiver for a while. The drawer was still open. On top of the folders crammed into the drawer, it lay there. Toshiki Inukai, written in plain lettering on a grade schooler's name tag, just lying there. Enshrined there, completely out of place, as if it were cowering. Do you remember, Yukie? This picture. This is where I first proposed to you. That brief moment before you nodded back. You probably wouldn't know just how much it seemed like an eternity to me. Yes. I would have never thought that amount of time could feel like an eternity. Compared to how long I had to wait for you to propose to me, it was... Oh wait,
Sorry, that was probably her, rather. It's just the lack of names. Confused me for a moment. But, anyway. From the moment I met you until today, compared to the time I've spent since I was born, it might only be a brief period, but they were definitely precious, beautiful days that deserve to be called an eternity. The time continues even now. From now on, I wonder if it'll be a boy. Or maybe a girl. Either one is fine. Boy or girl, either way it's living proof that we love each other. If it's a boy, we'll name it after you. Oh, okay. If it's a boy, we'll name it after you, Mamoru. If it's a girl, we'll put the Yuki from my name in hers. Thinking about names is so fun. In the end, we still haven't decided yet. There's still time to puzzle over it. Not that long of a time, actually.
You see, Yukie, there's something I have to apologize for today. It's about your job. Sorry. It looks like an annoying bit of...
Oh, wait. Okay. It's about your job.
Sorry. It looks like an annoying bit of work has come up. In the worst case, I might not be able to be there for the delivery.
It's fine. You have a very important job. What you do protects the way we live. Compared to you, it's nothing. Please, go ahead. When you return, I'll be waiting here with our child.
Thank you. Also, I'm sorry.
Please don't apologize. If you feel guilty about it, then you can just atone.
If I atone that much, no matter how much money I have, it won't be enough.
It's a joke. Now, go on.
As I left the room, I bumped into an elderly man. It was Yukie's father. In other words, my father-in-law. Father, I didn't want to intrude, so I waited in the hall. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard. Go. Yukie is that kind of girl. No matter what happens, she just doesn't want to hold you back. I've forced Yukie to give up on so many things. To put her through this during childbirth, such an important time in her life. I'm ashamed. If you really feel that way, when you're done with your work, make some time for Yukie. She'll be happier with you with that than you passing your work off on someone else. Thank you. I know full well you do important work. Be proud in what you do. Yukie is looking forward to your triumphant return. Yes. I jumped into the taxi that was waiting outside. Compared to the time when I first got here, the numbers on the fare meter had grown considerably. It seemed the modest time Yukie and I had spent together wasn't so modest from an objective point of view. Sorry to keep you waiting. Go ahead. No worries. Well then, off we go. The taxi jerked as it changed gears to accelerate, soon burying the hospital my wife was in behind a throng of buildings. If it was to end up such a really troublesome ordeal, I probably wouldn't be returning for quite some time. To call a rookie like me, and on top of that one who's off duty, it seemed that the section chief was calling for all hands on deck. The veteran upper brass gathering on an emergency basis happened occasionally. This was the first time, though, that I experienced everybody gathering together like this. Whatever was happening, there was no doubt it was going to be something novel. Right when my wife was ready to give birth. If I wanted to spend the time to curse my misfortunes, I'd be here all day. Even the verdant ginkgo trees lining the streets that always brighten my mood seemed to lack some of their usual luster. Eventually, the government office came into view. Briefly holding my breath, I let the feelings of tension course through my body once again. I had to remember the work I was doing was important, necessary, and difficult.
Logan, Rika's already been born by this point. She's been alive.
I composed myself and sharpened my wit. Ready? The taxi stopped in front of the building.
Kasumi Gaseki, Tokyo, Metropolitan Police Department.
Chief, everyone's here. Akasaka-kun, could you close the blinds? The blinds were usually closed when they needed to use the projector, or if the discussion was going to contain some particularly disturbing content. The blinds closed with a satisfying sound, darkening the interior of the room. Immediately, the inside of the room was completely drained of the pleasant morning atmosphere, leaving behind only the cold illumination of the fluorescent lighting. After the supervisor ensured that everyone was present, he nodded to the section chief once again. With everybody on the edge of their seats, the chief stood up solemnly and began to give his report. Approximately 48 hours ago, the Minister of Construction's grandson, who is also the son of one of the staff leaders, is believed to have been kidnapped. It's believed the minister, in an effort to resolve matters amicably, chose not to report the situation to the police and plans to cede to the demands imposed upon him. It seemed that approximately 48 hours earlier, the Minister of Construction's grandson, who was also the son of one of his senior staff members, was kidnapped. The reason why it was phrased that way was because the person in question didn't admit that it had happened. Based on the results of surveillance conducted on the minister's residence, multiple suspicious phone calls from what's believed to be outside the city took place. The abducted child said to be under treatment for some illness, but there's no trace of any hospital records or witnesses to such effect. Due to that and various other reasons, we believe without a doubt that a kidnapping has occurred.
Here they omitted the details that brought this incident to light. If you think about it a bit, that meant that before this incident happened, the minister's residence had been under surveillance already. I won't use the word spied upon. Of course, there wouldn't have been court approvals for this, and it would have been very hard to explain to ordinary citizens. However, it was quite an effective method to catch winds of incidents like this before they got worse. I'd like for you to understand that dealing with these cases before they become a problem is the job of the Public Safety Division.
Why is he just following their demands instead of reporting this to the police? The fact that a minister can't even trust the police, what is the world coming to? Seems the group of perpetrators demonstrated that they have quite a high level of surveillance on the minister themselves when they conducted the kidnappings. Enough to give the minister pause before calling the police. We'll find out right away if you call the cops, more or less. So it's possible that there's a mole close to the minister.
Several of the higher-ranking members who seem to have experience with this kind of thing let out deep sighs.
The goals of the perpetrators, their demands, as well as this entire incident are as of yet unclear. But in any case, the possibility that this may grow to threaten national interest is extremely high.
If their goal was to simply have their demands met for monetary gain, that would have been nice. However, if this was some politically motivated shakeup, things would get a lot more complicated.
Since we're not receiving any cooperation from the victim, that means we're not privy to any of the details of the threats or demands. Due to the fact that we believe there may be a mole involved in this incident, this investigation's highly classified. Only the people in this room are to know of this. Furthermore, as the case is our utmost priority, we'll be placing a hold on everybody's normal duties. Understood?
After that, the supervisor continued on, tactfully explaining our course of action. If this incident were to become public, it was possible that the minister's political life would be over. I'll spare you the explanation of how the rest of the dominoes would fall, but in the end, support in the Diet would decline, followed by a no-confidence vote and a snap election, and it might even expand communist influences. In other words, we wanted to handle this delicately.
Kawasaki and Saiki, monitor communications from the minister and the child's residences 24/7. Find out what the minister is doing. Report anything that happens. The remaining members, investigate whatever's related to the cases assigned to your units. Focus your line of investigation on the commies, Reds, and Confeds. Don't discount the possibility of foreign involvement either.
I've experienced one or two unamicable situations before. This, however, was the first time I've seen things get so hectic. Several sophisticated conversations were progressing without the involvement of a rookie like me. I didn't intend to be timid, but I couldn't hide my confusion at this unfamiliar situation.
And cover that.
As for Akasaka-kun, I snapped back to alertness upon hearing my name be called.
Yes.
You investigated the environmental groups that have petitioned the minister. You investigate the environmental groups that have petitioned the minister. Among them, there's the group protesting the Hinamizawa Dam project that made the papers. Make sure you investigate them thoroughly. I doubt that this is the act of some citizen group, but we have to eliminate every possibility that we can.
Understood.
So those opposed to the Hinamizawa Dam, it's probably best if you go to the location personally. Get some information from the local authorities. They're a fairly radical organization, so the Public Safety Division there should have marked them as well.
Understood. I'll head over there. Your wife. She's almost ready to give birth, isn't she? I apologize for the timing of all this, but I'm counting on your cooperation. We can't take our time with this, so we'll just have to brute force it with our boots to the ground. Yeah, I know. My wife hates to interfere with my work with her own circumstances anyways. Sorry, and thanks. So then, as for Kawasaki-kun and Saiki-kun, to help support your...
I didn't want to take a business trip when my wife was about to give birth. Even if I was a little busy, as long as I was in Tokyo, I could head to the hospital right away. On assignment, though, that would be difficult. Even so, I knew the work I was doing was important, and fully understood that I was in no position to be so selfish. I'd have to make it up to my wife for having to be away at such an important time. My wife, YUKIE, would probably forgive me with a smile. The only thing that she would hate doing would be holding me back.
My male ego, though, at least wished she would have tried to stop me. Sorry, Yukie. I don't mind if you always complain to our child that their father couldn't come to the hospital when they were born because he was too busy with work. The next day I took the bullet train to Nagoya, and from there transferred to the train from XX Prefecture. Getting to my destination by land took several hours. If I was traveling by air, in that amount of time I could probably get as far as Hong Kong. XX Prefecture was by no means close. I never sat in first class except for work, but whenever I did, the seats seemed stiff. Closing my eyes, I mentally reviewed the documents I read yesterday. The group under investigation, the Onigafuchi Guardians, they were a group of residents opposed to the development proposed under the Hinamizawa Dam project. The local protests were quite heated and were getting more radicalized. Even limited to what was written in the newspapers, there was bloodshed that occurred during a clash with riot police, interference with the dam construction, too many to count. The number of petitions, sit-ins, and direct appeals to the relevant organizations were innumerable. As an extension of that, there was a direct appeal to the Minister of Construction the other day. This was the reason why we were investigating this group in the first place. The land that they lived on was going to be submerged, so it was no wonder that they would go into a frenzy over it. And even given that, though, could they really be capable of doing something like kidnapping the Minister of Construction's grandson in order to halt the project? From my take on it, I had serious doubts. This kidnapping plot was extremely sophisticated and complicated enough that it was believed there was some political backing. This wasn't something that could be pulled off by some group of local protesters. Well, just like the chief said, the plan was to eliminate all possibilities. While I'm in the XX Police's reference room taking my time investigating, the higher-ups in Tokyo would probably solve the case, without my involvement entirely. Even if this was true, I couldn't regret being away from Tokyo while my wife was ready to give birth. This was work. There was really nothing that I could do. Ding dong. The announcement that we would be arriving at our destination soon snapped me back to wakefulness. Gogura, XX Prefecture, Prefectural Public Safety Division.
The Onigafuchi Guardians? Yeah, they've been quite active around here.
The Prefectural Public Safety Department already had the documents and a cup of tea ready and waiting for me.
The short of it is that they're a group of residents opposed to the dam. Really, it's probably better to say that every resident living on the land that's going to be submerged is rising to action, though. Like the old saying, fight to the last. They're a determined and well-prepared lot. It'd be nice if they drew the line at just being a moderate residential organization. The stack of papers they prepared for me in the document room was by no means thin. At first, they were pretty much your average citizens initiative, but ever since that incident with the riot police, they've really started to heat up. Now they've got a violent mentality, on top of growing increasingly radical.
Violent organizations usually indicate one that enforces their own ideology without regards to the democratic process. Breaking that down, many of those organizations held extreme left revolutionary ideologies. Considering that, I couldn't help but be surprised that a citizens group would end up going this far. Radical citizens movements happen occasionally. It seemed, however, that this group was nothing as trifling as that. It seemed that I would have to reconsider exactly what this Onigafuchi Guardians was. The Guardians' demands, in other words, the withdrawal of the dam project, how far would they go to have that demand met? The kidnapping of the minister's grandson was classified. That meant, of course, I couldn't tell the XX Prefectural Department about it either.
As you know, there were arrests after last week's confrontation with Minister Inukai. There's enough reason to believe they could use illegal means to assert their demands.
I skimmed over the list of the criminal records related to the Onigafuchi Guardians recorded in the documents. The contents were all violent, not giving me the barest hint of a feeling that these people were trying to uphold the law. Could you give me a basic rundown of the types of illegal activities the Onigafuchi Guardians are engaging in? The chief opened up manila envelopes, fished out several unorganized sheets, and spread them out on the desk.
It seems the raids on the construction site are the most common. At first, they were committing relatively petty crimes like cutting power cords, jamming locks, and breaking office windows by throwing rocks.
Of course, what really happened first were things like demonstrations, sit-ins, and distributions of pamphlets, lively but democratic forms of protest. However, then the demonstrators and police clashed, which started a riot, leading to numerous injuries and arrests. It was from then on that the Onigafuchi Guardians, like their name implies, began to take a more demonic form of resistance. If the raids were frequent, didn't the local police up their patrols?
Well, of course, they were on full alert, but they were up against locals, you know? There wasn't much the police could do if they were sneaking around under the cover of darkness.
You might as well label the entire map of Hinamizawa village around the dam construction site enemy territory. No matter how alert the police were, the locals would just show them exactly how easy it was to sneak around. Actually, it was after the police upped security that the protesters started getting even more extreme, as though they were being provoked. See here? Can you tell how things started to heat up? An office set on fire. The destruction of heavy construction equipment. Destruction? They couldn't have used explosives. No way. You see, they crammed the gas tanks full of sugar cubes. If they do that, it fouls the engines. Even in Japan, it seemed there have been people doing that to the vehicles of occupying forces right after the war. Compared to misdemeanors like breaking windows, it was extremely violent and aggressive. After being toyed around with to that extent, the local police have completely lost face. The arson was a bit much. After that, the local police drastically increased the number of personnel that had been stationed there around the clock. The raids on the construction site quieted down a bit after that. He used the words quieted down, but that was still smack dab in the middle of the list of crimes. See, after they found that attacking that site had become difficult, they started resorting to personal attacks. The first people targeted were the construction workers. After that, there was silence. What was being described to me was a guerrilla war fought in the jungle, threats and violence against the workers. Harsh words and harsher rocks were thrown. There's quite a list of accusations here, but there's not a whole lot of convictions. Of course not. First of all, there was no witnesses. On top of that, even if we identify the perpetrators, they have alibis coming out of the woodwork. What do you mean by that? Take for example, you're walking around Hinamizawa, when a certain man stabs you with a knife. You remember the person clearly and even know his name and address. However, the knife doesn't have any fingerprints on it, and there's no other physical evidence. Well, you'd think this would be a run-of-the-mill case of assault, wouldn't you? In Hinamizawa, though, it's a perfect crime. Everybody is. The entire village. They're all in on it. To protect the man who was the perpetrator, they'll get their story straight and prepare an alibi. To that end, they'll probably even forge some evidence. There's nothing they can do but put them on trial. On top of that, there being no material evidence, though, people testify one after another to cover his side of the story. Any prosecutor would hesitate to file charges. I'm not sure about murder, but if it's something like opening a gash on somebody's forehead with a thrown rock or leaving a bruise after hitting someone, even if you could single out the suspect, there's enough reasonable doubt to not convict. Every case is without a doubt perpetrated by someone in Hinamizawa, but they can't identify who. Even if they could figure out who it is, they were unable to obtain enough circumstantial evidence through due process. The villagers were all extremely well informed about this, and so the malicious, vicious, and tenacious personal attacks continued. The victims can't have been okay with that, right? Couldn't they have filed for an appeal? Well, you see, about that. Everybody on the inquest committee didn't want to get involved with something so troublesome. They won't stick their noses into anything related to Hinamizawa. The inquest committee is comprised of a random selection of local residents. In the event the prosecutor fails to get a conviction, they have the power to order a retrial. It's a system designed to assert the will of the people on the actions of expert prosecutors in the legal world. In this case, however, being composed of local residents has backfired. They don't want to get involved? Why is that?
How do I explain this? You could say they're afraid, since it's a little special there.
Special? Is it an outcast committee?
No, it's a little different from that. Well, just think of them as being afraid. It's a little hard to explain it just now. Oh, right, there's an easier way.
Wiping his forehead with a handkerchief, he opened a file labeled as a list of members of the Yonigafuchi Guardians. The power
of the Yonigafuchi Guardians, you see, is the fact that they count many people among their members who were influential in neighboring areas. Could you take a look at this?
I looked. What I saw startled me. Prefectural and municipal assembly members, staff members of the Chamber of Commerce, an executive of a business association, an executive of a town council association, and a PTA liaison. There were more than a few people, which could say with a lot of say both locally and in the neighboring regions.
Around here, you could pretty much expect your actions to be observed by those against the dam project. If you said something in its support, who knows how it would work out to your disadvantage. In any case, every town in this area is being held by the throat of somebody from Hinamizawa.
The list of Inquisition committee members is undisclosed.
Isn't it?
There has to be some measures in place to make sure they'd avoid retribution, no?
Well, it is undisclosed, so their privacy is assured, but the person in charge of that is from the Okonomiya Municipal Office. In other words, a local. While you might expect some professional confidentiality, you can't know how everybody's connected. The people from Hinamizawa have a light of tight bonds in that regard.
When you consider the obligations and duties people have to the region, the web of information thereby formed is nothing to scoff at. It's not uncommon for housewives in a neighborhood to know which kid from which house is in what grade in which school, what subjects they're good at, and what vegetables they hate, among other things.
You see, there's a Yakuza organization here with strong ties to Hinamizawa and the surrounding area. It seemed that they're providing full support in these recent incidents. They seem to be proving most effective.
Gangsters? Siding together with the residents opposed to the construction of the dam? It's a little hard to see what their common interest is.
It's not that difficult at all. You see, actually, one of the lieutenants in that gang is originally from Hinamizawa. He was adopted into a rather influential family in the village.
Exactly what was this Hinamizawa? I had thought that it was some desolate rustic village. However, for some reason they exerted a strong influence on the surrounding areas and had a strong sense of unity. They would protect their village by any means necessary, even if that meant resorting to violence. The chief had said that they were afraid because there were numerous influential people living there. But somehow I got the feeling that they were afraid of the village itself. There was something clearly different from what I had read in the documents in Tokyo. This was no simple residential protest against the dam. For some reason, an uneasy feeling began to nestle itself at the back of my mind. I chose the most basic way to ask my question. In other words, I directly asked what I wanted to know. Chief, this is just a hypothetical situation, but... This Onigafuchi Guardians, in order to halt the dam project, do you think that they could, say, threaten somebody important to accomplish that? The chief replied immediately.
It's possible. Truth be told, they've already gone to municipal and prefectural offices, as well as local offices of the Ministry of Construction, and done things that could be construed as intimidation. Several of the workers' families have also reported that they're being followed around by some suspicious people.
Well, that would make sense. To halt progress on the dam, they raided the construction site, destroying heavy machinery and lighting the construction office on fire. If they didn't have any qualms about doing that, threats and violence against people related to the dam would probably be no problem. But that was it. Even your everyday hoodlum could use threats and violence. However, this time it was the kidnapping of the minister's grandson, an abnormally high-level crime. Not only was pulling off the kidnapping difficult in the first place, but so was maneuvering to have the minister surrender to their demands immediately. There was no way this was the work of amateurs. Did these people have the power to enact this large of a crime? That was the heart of the matter. Was the Onigafuchi Guardians an organization capable of pulling this off? In order to ask that question, once again, I chose the most basic method. Again, hypothetically, do you think they could kidnap a relative of someone of political importance? There's no way they could pull off something that big. That was the answer I had most hoped for. If it was that answer, my work was as good as halfway done. I might be able to get back in time for my wife to give birth. That was how it was supposed to be. The chief, without a hint of hesitation, replied,
They just might. There's no telling how far they'd go.
Sorry, Yukie. It seemed like my work wouldn't end up so simple after all.
Oh, Akasaka-kun. Good work. How's the information gathering at your...
Oh, wait, okay. Different chief. Gotcha.
Oh, Akasaka-kun, good work. How's the information gathering at your assigned region?
It's coming along. It seems like I'll be able to meet with their local public safety department, so I'm planning on heading that way. How's the investigation in Tokyo going?
The others are progressing along, but the number of groups whom we have to investigate are countless. Time isn't really a luxury here.
There were no new developments at this time. No matter how suspicious the Onigafuchi Guardians was, if they solved the case in Tokyo, my job was done. It looked like my wishful thinking wouldn't come to pass. Hanging up the phone, I let my gaze drift outside the window to the valley of unfamiliar buildings.
Akasaka-san. A car you can borrow just returned. I'll take you to it, so follow me.
Ah, thank you. He showed me to the elevator to the underground parking lot where a battered sedan was waiting for me. That the steering wheel kept drifting to the left was a little concerning, but it would be enough to get me around for a while. My destination was Shishibone City, XX Prefecture. an area under the control of the Onigafuji Guardians. The Okinomiya police station was right on the front lines. Oh dear. Well, getting back to Hinamizawa, let's go! Okinomiya, XX Prefecture. Okinomiya Police Station. Shishibone City was, as far as provincial cities went, rather behind the times. Okinomiya, recessed in the mountains, was even more remote. With little change between the seasons, all that was left was the tepid passage of time. It made for a rather drab town. There was no tourist attractions or local delicacies. Without even a strong regional industry, it was simply dull. Just looking at the monotonous and peaceful townscape, it was hard to catch a glimpse of the radical resistance of the Onigafuji Guardians. The atmosphere of boredom didn't hint at the Okinomiya police station being on the front lines of the dam conflict, nor of the numerous incidents that I heard about at the prefectural headquarters. Good morning. You here to pay a fine? No, I have an appointment with, Hondaya-san from the Public Safety Division. Please tell him it's Akasaka. My apologies. Please wait a minute. The clerk, who thought I was here for a parking violation at first glance, after fumbling with the unfamiliar extension number, told the person on the line they had a visitor.
Welcome, welcome. Akasaka-san, was it? Must have been tiring traveling out all this way. Sorry we have to do this here. I tried to reserve a reception room, you see. But the counselor suddenly woke up and chased me out.
I would hesitate to call where we were a conference room, as it was very small and cluttered. The cramped space was packed with lockers. I had the impression that it was more of a change room that doubled as one for smoking. Listening to his crude chortles, I didn't get much of a feeling that Hondaya, who was head of the local public safety division, was much of an intellectual. But I knew that in exchange he had both experience and absolute confidence in his instincts. I apologize for interrupting you during such a busy time. I'm Akasaka from the Metropolitan Police Department. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Hondaya from Public Safety Division. Nice to meet you. I was threatened by Sankai from the prefectural gangbusters to be generous with my cooperation.
Gangbusters? You mean the Prefectural Crime Prevention Division?
You see, we're treating the Onigafuji Guardians as an extension of the local Yakuza. You have to be a newbie if you think they're just a residential protest group.
They said at the prefectural office, too, that the Onigafuji Guardians was linked to the local mob. If I recall correctly, the adopted son of somebody influential was a lieutenant in that gang.
It's the other way around. The complete opposite. The Yakuza put up the protest group as a front to justify their actions. Just think of it like that. Completely the other way around.
Hondaya was just about rolling with laughter. This was slightly different than the info given to me at the prefectural office, but somebody embedded locally would be more knowledgeable. While we were talking, occasionally some people who seemed to be detectives would come in and change. One of those individuals, noticing Hondaya's guffaws, came up to us.
I was wondering what you guys were talking about. Oh, Kuro-chan. Perfect timing. Why don't you join us? This here's Inspector Akasaka, who came all the way from the Tokyo Police Department. An inspector?
Oh no, wait. An inspector? I'm still a rookie. My name is Akasaka. Pleased to meet you.
Must be nice to be so fresh-faced. They hire you this year?
I couldn't help but think I was being ridiculed, so I only responded with a forced smile. I could tell that this new person was like Hondaya, the type who had confidence in their instincts and experience. I really didn't like those types of people.
Let me introduce you, Akasaka-san. This is Oishi-kun from our investigative department. Regarding the S-file you were asked about, he's familiar with it.
S-file?
As for Sonozaki, if something is an S-file, it means it has something to do with the Sonozaki family. Something of a code name.
Sonozaki. Arhabaki Gaming with the $2. L Pregnant Man W Song. True. Come to think of it, I remembered when I was poring over the documents at headquarters, there were quite a few people with the last name Sonozaki popping up. Atropos the $2, not this fucking guy again. If I remember right, there's a Sonozaki who's one of the executives of the Onigafuji Guardians. I'm pretty sure that they're the treasurer. The two of them were surprised when I rattled off what post that Sonozaki held. After a moment, both of them erupted into laughter.
Akasaka-san, was it? You're quite the studious one. Could it be that you memorized all the central figures in the Alliance?
I wouldn't say memorized exactly, but I've at least read the list of Onigafuchi Guardian executives.
And who are the president and vice president?
The president's the mayor of Hinamizawa, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. The vice president's the priest of the local shrine, Furude. The treasurer is Orio Sonozaki. The auditor is Makino. The liaison is Yoshiroshi Kimiyoshi. The PR head is Sadao Sonozaki.
Akasaka-san, you're pretty good. The pay sucks, but you want to work here? You're just the type we're looking for. By the way, Sadao Sonozaki is the head of the youth department. So close. The head of public relations is actually Tadataka Sonozaki.
Feeling like I wasn't being complimented at all, I started settling into an uncomfortable mood. However, I was becoming more and more aware that I was the weakest link in this investigation, so I just had to bear with it. I didn't mean for that feeling to show up on my face, but the crafty detectives didn't let that slip by.
I didn't mean to make fun of you. And to make up for it, why don't I show you around the village?
For somebody with no feel for the area like me, it'd be of great help. I couldn't have asked for more.
In the end, the Onigafuchi Guardians is nothing more than an alias Hinamizawa is using to deal with the outside world. I think getting to know the village would speed up your work. How about it?
The residential movement, in other words, held influence over the whole region, so the leader of the movement was the leader of that influence. Just like that, the thought processes in the region would become the overall personality of the movement. Just like Oishi had said, in order to learn what they were really like, this regional force behind the dam protests, getting to know the village was the quickest way. If you would. Nodding back without skipping a beat, Oishi laughed in satisfaction and stood up. If I took the information I learned at the prefectural office and from Hondaya to heart, if my position were exposed, my personal safety was at risk. The opponent was an extremist group that had no qualms about using threats or violence against somebody. If my personal info was leaked, it wouldn't be hard to imagine that I'd be in danger, whether on the job or not. Thinking that, I was a little nervous.
These guys are quick to remember faces. If you're seen with me, they'll probably do a lot to hinder your work. This might be a little cliche, but put these on.
Oishi handed me an incredibly suspicious disguise comprised of a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask. I didn't want to get all hot and stuffy, but Oishi's warning was probably right on the money. Considering that, I put them on with appreciation. I looked so suspicious that Oishi had to smile wryly.
How much did I tell you again? Let's see.
To the part where you were talking about how these three ancient families control the village? The Onigafuchi Guardians was the same as the village of Hinamizawa itself, meaning there was a direct correlation between being an executive in the Alliance and being a leader in the village, as Hondaya had told me a short time ago. If the village was ruled by three ancient families, then it would mean the Onigafuchi Guardians was ruled by those same three families.
What'd the documents at the prefectural office say? About the leader of the Guardians or whatnot?
The documents I was using were classified. If I responded to Oishi's question, it'd be a breach of security. However, most likely, this man, I judged, was more well-versed in the situation than any of the documents at the prefectural police department, so I decided to answer him. That the president of the Alliance is the current mayor of the village, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Oishi, upon hearing that, let out a small chuckle. For him to ask like that, and then to laugh at the answer as it was recorded in the documents, meant that that wasn't the case in reality. So then, that means there's somebody else other than Kimiyoshi behind the scenes? Contrary to what the prefectural office thinks, or rather is what is commonly known?
Old man Kimiyoshi is nothing more than a figurehead. In the first place, the post of the mayor in that village is nothing more than ceremonial.
In other words, there's somebody else in charge of both the Alliance and the village? Wouldn't that be would that be the three families we just talked about?
Well, I'll explain that part right now.
All of a sudden, with a thunk, the car suddenly lurched. The paved road had given way to a gravel one. At the same time, the scenery outside the window changed. The Hinamizawa Dam project must be withdrawn. Overthrow the shameless puppet of a governor. The dam will submerge the natural beauty of Hinamizawa. Protect the village from the unethical dam. Fear the wrath of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Demolish the dam. Those involved must go away. The construction office must respond. The construction office manager must negotiate with us. Signs and banners crowded the roadside. Even reading the brush-scrawled words was daunting. It was as though where the road just changed was a border with a different country. At the moment, I was startled by the car suddenly braking. Looking ahead, a barricade had been erected. About 5 or 6 protesters, wearing masks and helmets to hide their faces, were blocking the road, yelling at us angrily to stop. What is this? A checkpoint?
These guys never learn.
Oishi snorted as he rolled down the window and leaned out.
Hey! You guys can't be blocking the road like this out here.
As Oishi glared at them with a malicious laugh, they visibly faltered.
Clear the way. We can't get by like this.
Who would have thought that it was Oishi's car? That panic thought seemed to make them lose their presence of mind.
If we had known it was your car, Detective Oishi, we wouldn't have been so rude. Detective, what happened to your usual car? Is it in for maintenance? Something like that. Just can't get used to this car they loaned me.
Judging from their brief conversation, I could guess they were familiar with the license plate of the car Oishi normally used. In other words, if they knew the car belonged to the police, they would have hidden the barricade. What they were doing was obviously obstruction of traffic, a blatant crime.
Who's that suspicious guy?
You, could you show us your face? The man glared at me menacingly. Wearing a mask and sunglasses made me look particularly dubious. Would not showing my face get me into some unnecessary trouble? I turned to Oishi to see what I should do.
Give him a break. He's still a shy little rookie. We just wanted to make sure he wasn't anybody suspicious. Hinamizawa has been in a stir as of late. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? That mask you're wearing is way more suspicious.
The men and Oishi continued to talk like that, feigning smiles at one another. However, from the beginning to the end, I couldn't get over the feeling I was sitting on a powder keg.
Has the number of trucks illegally dumping still not decreased? It's a real hassle dealing with it all the time. If the police could understand and cooperate, it would really help.
During that conversation, the barricade was moved, leaving a gap wide enough for a single car to get through. Oishi lightly honked the horn once and began to roll the car forward. I could see the men's antagonistic glares at the back of the car in the rearview mirror.
What was that just now? Blocking a public road like that? Of course it's a crime. Still, if you get worked up over that, it'll never end. Those guys, see, claim that there's an infestation of trucks illegally dumping in the village. Their story goes that in order to stop that, they're halting suspicious vehicles for inspection.
Illegal dumping? Like corrupt contractors just tossing industrial waste away?
Their line of arguments that the police aren't going to do anything about it, they'll take matters into their own hands. Well, the industrial waste is just something they're doing by themselves anyway.
By themselves?
They have a pretty good strategy. You see, in order to hinder construction, they've spread industrial waste over the dam site. Then, blaming it on corrupt contractors, they start instituting these inspections. There, they stop every construction vehicle coming through and interfere with them as much as possible.
So then it's one of those methods that the Onigafuchi Guardians is using.
With the inspection just now, the car's license plate's probably been recorded. Shouldn't get stopped from here on out. Those guys know very well not to get me angry. See, rumor is they figure a car's related to the construction in some way. Not only would there be checkpoints stopping it at every turn, but they'd be throwing rocks and planting road spikes as well. It's best you be careful so you're not identified. If they find out you're from public safety, who knows what you'll suffer through.
Oishi was acting like we were talking about something fun, but for me it was no laughing matter. It almost feels like we've wandered into a civil war in the Middle East.
It's a good way of putting it. It's pretty much just what you said.
Oishi turned to me with a grin and a menacing laugh.
You see, this here is a war zone.
The car slowed down a bit as it went through a narrow road down through some farmland.
You see that house in the forest over there? That antiquated one.
Looking at where Oishi was pointing, there certainly was an old, traditionally designed house.
That belongs to the mayor, Old Man Kimiyoshi. You could say it belongs to the main Kimiyoshi house as well. There's a lot of branches, but maybe one of the 3 families.
The 3 families? The ancient families that control Hinamizawa?
That's right. and one of the others is the Furude family. Their house doesn't even have a single branch, as all that's left is the head priest's family. Right over there, there's the shrine. He's the priest there. By the way, the Guardian's office is on the grounds of that shrine.
The office of the Onigafuji Guardians. If these guys were the enemy, that would make the shrine their stronghold. Can we go look over there?
The shrine's the Furude family's private property, you see. Being police, we can't set foot there without a warrant. See, they've got members of the Daya with ties to the village backing them up. Basically, being the police has its strengths and weaknesses. Well, even when we talk about the three families. That's something from a long time ago. Way back when those three families used to hold councils to decide things about the village.
Meaning, it's different now?
You got a pretty good nose. That's what I expect from an academic.
The car braked to a halt with a squeal. Ahead of where we were stopped were several signs. Private property beyond, no trespassing. Beware of poisonous snakes. Danger, turn back. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen. Signs were erected with things like that written on them. The road was separated from the forest by a chain-link fence wrapped in barbed wire.
Since this is private property, this is as far as we go. There's several surveillance cameras set up further in. Saying that we just got lost won't work with these guys.
They're beyond here, right? The people currently controlling Hinamizawa and the Onigafuji Guardians were neither the Kimiyoshi family nor the Furude family, but the last of the three.
Yeah. Beyond here is one of the three families, the Sonozaki family. They're the ones controlling Hinamizawa from the shadows.
Among the list of executives recorded in the documents, the number of people with last names from the three families was quite high. Of course, Sonozaki was no exception. However, at the top was the Kimiyoshi family. If the Kimiyoshi family seemed to be in charge, the rulers behind the scenes were the Sonozaki family. This double-layered structure implicitly told me that this village had a both light and dark side.
The current head of the Sonozaki family is an old lady named Oryo. She has enough clout that you could call her Empress Sonozaki.
Be careful.
She's no small fry. She's enough of a VIP that even the mayor of the city has to bow before her. Well, in Hinamizawa and the surrounding area, their relatives amount to a block of several thousand votes. No politician could show disrespect for that.
In other words, that would make her the actual leader of the Onigafuji Guardians, right?
You've got it.
With those words, Oishi pulled out a well-worn cigarette box. The suspected kidnapping of the minister's grandchild and subsequent threats. Were these part of a hidden plot by the Onigafuji Guardians in order to have the Hinamizawa Dam project cancelled?
You came all the way from Tokyo to investigate this, didn't you?
Yeah. That's right. Is something the matter?
Then. Is it related to that direct appeal with Minister Inukai? If that's the case, then public safety has them marked on a watch list? Something like that?
Having you guess that so quickly makes this easy. While exhaling out cigarette smoke, Oishi smiled broadly, like I just pulled a good one on him. Or so I thought. His smile disappeared suddenly.
That's a lie, isn't it? I mean the direct appeal putting them on a watch list. That's a lie, isn't it?
Oishi knew there was no way that Tokyo HQ would dispatch an investigator over something as minor as a direct appeal. If they were to dispatch someone, it had to be for a more dire reason. He had figured out as much. I thought of myself as the type of person who doesn't let things show on their face. In front of his watchful gaze, however, I felt that what I was thinking was completely laid bare. Oishi silently lit another cigarette, as if waiting for me to interject during this awkward pause. I see. So this was a veteran detective's way of getting someone to spill information. But as long as I realized this, there would be nothing more. If I didn't open my mouth, I wouldn't have to lose anything. All I had to do was stare out the window and enjoy the scenery until Oishi gave up.
You really are bad at hiding things, you know. Being so young and earnest isn't so bad.
Oishi smirked as he twisted out his third cigarette, while I tried not to let him notice that I had yielded completely. At first I'd thought I had won, but at the very least Oishi had ascertained that I was hiding something, meaning that I might have ended up marching to his tune. Oishi started up the engine once again and began to move the car.
If you'd just been honest with me, I thought I might have been able to help you.
How would you help? If the cat was out of the bag, I might as well use it to catch some mice.
Well, this depends on what we're talking about, but I might be able to set you up with someone who's knowledgeable about the goings-on in Hinamizawa.
An informant?
I see. Is that what you call it?
Why are you interested in my case, Oishi-san?
Well, I'm the same as you. Isn't it our business to know things?
Being able to meet with Oishi's informant was an extremely compelling opportunity. We were looking to recruit somebody familiar with the area to collaborate for intelligence. In the end, there was no better method for finding people than asking. We were always taught, however, that the rank-and-file police were no better than monkeys. Unlike us, they were carefree with confidential cases. We looked down on them like they'd run their mouth off in a drunken stupor. Oishi was an outlaw even amongst them, and here I was, lost on whether or not I should tell him about the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. This informant, exactly how knowledgeable are they about the Onigafuchi Guardians?
If you're from the public safety, you'd know, wouldn't you? Something like that's something I can't just tell you.
Protect your sources. That was the first principle of dealing with confidential information. In that regard, it seemed that Oishi wasn't one of those monkeys. Should I trust him, ask for his help, or not?
It's just that you work for the feds and I work for the prefecture. I don't think that our jobs are that different. I think I can be of help.
However, I had trouble believing that this crafty old man would simply help me just like he claimed. Now, how should I go about this? I find it hard to believe that someone of your standing would help me out without strings attached.
Well, it's not like I'm completely without an ulterior motive. As I recall, you guys have space in your budget allocated to pay informants, right? Something you don't need to submit a receipt for. Just a little bit of that would be the cost of meeting with the informant.
In other words, give the compensation earmarked for the informant to you first? Well, it helps the details of this deal are so clear-cut. He certainly was something else for being able to brazenly state his ulterior motive like this. Rather than him doing this out of the kindness of his heart, everything was a lot clearer if he was being compensated for this deal. I felt that he was the type of man who was good at giving these backroom dealings.
Don't misunderstand me, please. It's not me who needs the money. It's the informant, okay? Well, in regards to the payment, I'll be handling the money.
When do you want it?
Right now would be good. If you don't have it on you, tomorrow works as well.
I pulled out a wallet that was different from my personal one. The price was pretty much fixed depending on what kind of information I was paying for. In this case, the payment was up front. Also, considering the fact that I didn't know what kind of info I would get, I shouldn't pay too much. When I suggested that, Oishi suddenly stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the contents of the wallet.
At times like this, it's best to not be so stingy. It's alright. Won't go to waste.
I understand. I won't be stingy.
And? What kind of information are you looking for? Depending on what you want, how we approach this will probably change.
You swear you won't spread this information to anybody else, Oishi-san?
I can't swear as much. I'm the same as you. I can't withhold information obtained during the course of my duties. I got it, I swear. Nothing here gets said anywhere else. On top of that, thanks to you, I can pay back what I owe from my mahjong debts. In any case, I won't break a promise that involves money.
I was still unsure if I should trust him until the very last moment, but in the end, I broke down. Oishi wasn't the type of guy I could trust 100%, but there was no mistaking he had access to underground information networks. In order to accomplish my mission swiftly, I needed his cooperation. I set my resolve. I am investigating whether or not the Onigafuchi Guardians is related to a certain incident.
Certain incident?
There's a possibility that the Minister of Construction, Inukai, is being coerced by someone.
Saying there's a possibility is kind of a roundabout way of putting it.
It appears that there's a mole close to the minister, and due to that mole, the minister has been monitored quite thoroughly, and was seemingly forced to cede to their threats right away. None of this was reported to us or the police.
I see. So that's why you're saying there's only a possibility he's being coerced. In that case, isn't it a little strange? If the minister didn't report this to anybody, how'd you guys know about this incident?
If we didn't spy on the minister's private life, we would have never found out. I don't think we have to provide that explanation to the informant, so I'm omitting it. Oishi had apparently caught on, and quietly chuckled when I refused to explain.
I see. There's a spy close to the minister, so public safety made it a highly classified investigation. That certainly isn't a very amicable story, is it?
If this matter became public, not only would this affect the minister's political career, but the possibility of there being a shift in the political landscape is extremely high. If the perpetrator's aim is indeed that, then this could develop into a very grave situation.
Well, with the government having development projects all over the country, they've butted heads with quite a few people. It wouldn't take much wrongdoing for the left-wing parties to suddenly garner more support.
We're currently investigating what demands are being forced on the minister, but at least we have a good idea of how he's being threatened.
How?
The minister's grandson was kidnapped. They're denying it, but judging from when he was last seen, it's believed it's already been over 72 hours since the kidnapping.
So, 3 days. If they were just after ransom money, this would have been settled by now.
It may be that this isn't for monetary gain. The possibility that they're forcing the minister to do something politically is extremely high. That's something we just can't consent to.
So then, the Onigafuji Guardians was listed as one of the potential possible perpetrators.
That's correct.
Kidnap the minister's grandson and demand the cancellation of the dam project.
What do you think, Oishi-san? From your point of view, do you think that's possible? Oishi seemed to ponder the idea for a while. The section chief at the regional office had responded immediately with, "It's possible." However, Oishi, who was this well informed about the matter, was hemming and hawing. Finally, just a little bit. He said something that was really just a little bit strange.
This was before the Meiji era, you see. This area wasn't named Hinamizawa Village back then. It was called Onigafuji. This is just what I heard from my mother.
This topic was so completely and suddenly unrelated to the subject of the kidnapping of the minister's grandson that I was taken slightly aback. Onigafuji? Oh, so that's why they're called the Onigafuji Guardians.
You see, the village of Onigafuji was said to be inhabited by demons that devoured humans. Even now, it's believed that the blood of these demons partially courses through the veins of the villagers.
Demons that devour humans? Oishi-san, what are you saying?
It's information. I got a lot from you just now. A little too much. In exchange, I'm giving you a little freebie.
Oishi finally smiled, but it didn't seem like he was fooling around. Please continue.
You see, these human-devouring demons, normally they were revered as Taoist transcendents and lived tucked away from the rest of the world. But they ate people after all, so apparently they'd go to villages in the foothills regularly and abduct their prey. They used to call that being demoned away, or onikakushi.
Demoned away. It was the first time I heard such a peculiar phrase. However, I felt something slightly ominous from this horrifying tale of demons abducting people in order to eat them.
Look, you know as there's the common phrase, spirited away? When people suddenly go missing one day, they call it that. When the same thing happens around here, they call it being demoned away.
How does that old tale relate to the matter at hand?
Oh no. There's no direct relationship. I'm just making some small talk here. It's just...
Kathump, kathump. Oh, Dallas. Sorry, my bad. Genuine mistake. I will correct it next time. The car shook. At some point, the gravel road had changed to a paved one. It's just what?
That around here the phrase demoned away is something of a code for disappearances and kidnappings. Just thought I'd mention that. I don't know if this has anything to do with the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Well, there's no deep meaning behind it. It's just that there's that little bit of history.
Onikakushi. Human-eating demons coming down to the foothills and abducting their prey. Then, in order to cancel the dam project that threatened to submerge the village they lived in, did they demon away the minister's grandson? Then, had they already made an example of the minister's grandson and eaten him alive? It's a bit of an interesting old tale, isn't it?
If you set foot into the demon's village without reason, you'll probably be captured and eaten alive. So don't go near Onigafuji. Kids these days might not believe such superstitions, but amongst the older folk in Okinomiya born in the Meiji era, many would never question these warnings.
Hinamizawa village was feared by the people in the area. I recalled that piece of information I heard from the Prefectural Public Safety Division.
In any case, we're out in the boonies out here. It's kind of expected that there'd be some superstitions around. Somebody from Tokyo like you, Akasaka-san, probably couldn't even begin to imagine it, could you?
The man-eating demons, as the price for violating the sanctity of their village, kidnapped the minister's grandson, had swallowed him whole. That ludicrous idea flew through my head. It was so absurd I was half disgusted with myself. Oishi was just teasing me. Whoops. Stupid. It was all really so stupid. Come to think of it, by then I may have already been seized by the curse of that dubious village. For me to realize that would take a little more time.
Yeah, I would, for those of you who don't think that this is super important so far, I would definitely still keep your eyes out. I wouldn't be so sure of that right away. Anyway, we've got a lot of tips to go through, so... Phone call with Yukie.
Oh, really? It's tough when it's such a sudden assignment. Please be careful. Where are you headed? You're already there?
Whenever I headed out on an assignment, she would ask where. Not just Yukie, but anybody would have asked the same question. If it was a cold place, she would urge me to pack a thick jacket. If it was far, she'd warn me to be careful on the drive over. It was just normal everyday concern that led to asking such an obvious thing. I felt sad that I couldn't answer such a run-of-the-mill question.
Sorry. It's something that you can't talk about, isn't it? Please be careful.
Sorry, Yukie.
At some point you started apologizing right away, even though when you first started your job you were all gung-ho about it.
Yukie laughed as though she had realized something. At times like this, Yukie had the magical power to see right through me. God, why is my arm itch so bad?
It's already been quite a while since I was admitted to the hospital. Are you finally getting lonely?
Don't tease me. I'm too old to get lonely.
Oh, really? You actually like to be doted on, don't you? Don't you start getting a little faint of heart when I'm not around?
Jeez. I can see the little devil horns sprouting from your head right now. You've always been like this.
You can't hide it. You can't hide it. If I don't play with you, you get all lonely. I can hear your tail wagging over the phone.
The sight of Yukie wasn't something you could guess existed from seeing her usually modest behavior, and it was something that she didn't show to anybody else but me. Normally I'd poke her to hide my embarrassment and bring an end to the conversation, but I couldn't do that over the phone. Of course, Yukie was really clever. She was teasing me because of that.
I wonder when I figured out that giving you grief was this much fun.
Give me a break. In any case, it's good to hear you so lively.
I know, right? Did I cheer you up?
I had called Yukie to keep her from feeling lonely when she was by herself in the hospital room. Of course, that was nothing more than a pretense that I, being shy, had come up with. It seemed that Yukie had long since seen through that act. Yeah.
Please run again. When I'm not feeling up to it, I'll get my father to talk with you. Although if you're talking with my father, I get the feeling that you'd be standing at attention on the other side of the line.
For a while longer, Yukie kept teasing me without letting me end the phone call. A record of opening remarks. Chairman XX, members of the XX Party, congratulations are due, as we are celebrating 25 years since our founding. These past 25 years have seen much growth in XX Prefecture. The once quiet scenery of nothing but fields now has seen the opening of a new stop for the bullet train, and with the development of the highway, we've seen the rebirth of a modern city bursting with youthful energy. We've reaped the benefits of new business and industry,
and with the special reverence the residents of XX Prefecture have for time-honored traditions, history and culture, business and industry. With these ideals in harmony, they have accomplished in growing their city into one of Japan's foremost metropolises. Of course, the development of XX Prefecture couldn't have happened without the growth of the XX Party. We are resolved to see every one of our campaign's promises to fruition, reaching our targets definitively and expediently like arrows fired from a bow. With these arrows as the fundamental basis of the XX Party, our members have sought to pierce the obstructions preventing the happiness of the residents of XX Prefecture. But I do believe that everyone here is unlike an ordinary arrow. While being as unfaltering and straightforward, we have not neglected in seeking solutions that conform to the current day and age while also keeping an eye on the future. An arrow once loosened can only fly to its destination. Everyone here, however, is no simple arrow. Even once loosened from the bow, without neglecting our studies, while employing new methods, and implementing more effective and flexible ideas, thus being able to change trajectories mid-flight, we are magical arrows. The modern age marches ever forward. Sometimes it marches faster than the time taken from planning to execution. The following part was not in the script. It is thought to have been ad-libbed by the minister. For example, there have recently been numerous problems with the Hinamizawa power plant project. Rather than forcing through the project solely because it was decided upon by the government, it is necessary to reflect on and adjust to the ever-changing needs of the residents, the region, and the next generation. The protests by the local residents that surround the Hinamizawa Dam, these are all also the will of the people of XX Prefecture. If you feel that there is no need to listen because the project has already been finalized, then you do nothing more than shed a poor light on Japan's post-war democracy. The following is as per the script. For the lasting happiness of the citizens of Japan and the residents of XX Prefecture, please consider these policies thoroughly. I believe, however, we have gained something from the flexibility and foresight of the XX Party. I've taken up much of your time. However, allow me to say the following to celebrate the 25th anniversary of our founding. Chairman XX, members of the XX Party in attendance, thank you very much for today. From the opening remarks of the XX Party Prefectural Forum and 25th Anniversary Celebration. Gears and fire and the taste of honey. The world is filled with people blessed with relationships. Of course, that doesn't mean that everyone is connected to each other. It's obvious that on the other side of the planet, there are people laughing and crying who can't possibly have an effect on you. However, in the extremely limited community of the neighborhood, that sort of connection is just a matter of fact. It's quite possible that a single remarkable event could have massive consequences inside a small community. If you were to increase that in scale, a perfect stranger on the other side of the globe might become enough of a legend to have an effect on our lives. Well, it's not always that way. Like I said at the beginning, the links between people basically aren't that relevant in the grand scheme of things. Whether some household nearby is having steak or croquettes doesn't matter to me. When I put on my shoes, it doesn't matter to anybody whether I put the right one on first or the left. This much the average person can understand. But actually, in reality, this is the truth. The bonds between people are quite well defined. It's not just a matter of distance, of being far or near. For example, let's say that person A's actions have some effect on me. Even then, person B's actions could absolutely have no consequence on my life. The reverse also holds true. Just because my actions affect person A, that doesn't always mean that they affect person B as well. Let's put it bluntly. If the bonds between people are like gears in a machine, the gears that represent me meshes with some people, but is isolated from others. There are some who would try arguing against this. Those people would bring up the examples of gears in a clock. Each gear indeed only directly meshes with one or two others. However, if you rotate one gear, and the one next to it is moved, which connects to the next one, and the next, in the end, all the gears are moving. However, there's a logic behind this, more than enough to convince the average person. Why is the argument convincing? The answer is simple. The relationships between people are ambiguous and can only be described conceptually. How the gears are connected and how their movements are chained together can't be used as a fundamental explanation, so it throws a wet blanket on that argument. So for the people who like that explanation, I'll use the example of a clock again to refute it. First of all, to say that this world is a singular clock would be wrong. That is, there isn't only one clock. There exist many clocks in this world, each counting their own time. If you think about it, the idea that this world is just one big clock is the height of arrogance.
Even if you use the analogy of gears to explain human relationships, then you should be able to explain it using an analogy of multiple clocks unrelated to a single gear. Neighbors A and B. A is a gear in the same clock as me, so it's best to remain civil. B is a gear in a different clock, so he doesn't really matter to me at all. That's the kind of clear distinction I'm talking about. You want to say that I'm being fallacious? Then let's change the analogy to something more familiar so you can understand. You've probably heard the phrase, a fire on the opposite shore, sometime in your life, no? I just want to stop in the middle of reading this tip to say that this part in particular, or this tip in general, I think may be one of the most important, points where Higurashi really pulls you aside and says, hey, here are the themes of the story, you know? So, yeah, I would really, really pay attention to this. You've probably heard the phrase, a fire on the opposite shore, sometime in your life, no? For example, if your neighbor's house was on fire, you'd probably try to help put it out, wouldn't you? It'd be awful if the fire spread and burned down your own house after all. But what if that fire was in a town on the opposite side of a river? Would you still go out of your way to help? You wouldn't, would you? Even though it'd be the wrong thing to do, there's no way the fire could spread to your own house. Even if it turned into a huge conflagration, there's no relation between the houses that will spread fire to yours and those that won't. With this basic example, you should be able to see the difference between gears that are or aren't related to your own. Having said that, there's still a lot to think about, even without a river to divide it. After all, it's not a spatial problem like being on the other side of a river, is it? Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy. God, I love that tip. That tip's really good. The chick in the trunk. The car had stopped, but he didn't know any more than that. For not only was he blindfolded, but locked in the trunk of the car. How could people become this powerless just by being robbed of their sight? He absolutely wouldn't have known this without experiencing it firsthand. He soon realized it was pointless to try and undo his bonds, with the confines of the trunk quickly making him lightheaded. He had no choice but to let this mild torture dull his senses. That's why, when the car stopped and the unpleasant vibration ceased as the engine was killed, he couldn't help but delude himself that he was being set free, even though nothing had been resolved in reality. Of course, he was soon removed from that delusion. He strained his ears when he heard one of the men who had abducted him, and an older man he was hearing for the first time struck up a conversation.
Nice to see you. The chick is in the trunk. He struggled so much that he's probably exhausted right now, but there's not a mark on him, just as ordered. Oh, must have been a handful.
The trunk opened, letting in a blast of fresh, cool air. Even though up until now he had just been thinking about getting out of that stuffy trunk, when it was actually opened, he suddenly became uneasy. Enough so that he wished that the lid of the trunk would once again close, separating himself from them. Suddenly, somebody stroked his head. Of course, since he was blindfolded, he couldn't tell if the hand was petting him or simply evaluating how easy it would be to remove his scalp. Unable to tell the difference, he could only freeze as he imagined the worst-case scenario.
Poor little bugger. He's shaking. Just stay calm for a bit.
The older man said that kindly as he gently stroked the boy's head.
This must be real tough for you. But you see, your Gramps is a nice man. He'll help you soon enough.
Having heard nothing but the average standard dialect his whole life, the older man's distinct intonation left a deep impression on the boy. But he had no idea what he was saying. For your Gramps to register as meaning your grandfather took a while to process. Eventually, the hand that was stroking his head loosened the blindfold.
Can't keep his eyes covered. If he splits his face open, it'd be bad. And with the... You might as well take out the gag. He can't breathe like that. It'll be trouble if he yells. Leave him to us. Jeez, you guys don't know how to treat somebody. The main family said no rough stuff. You better remember that well. Yeah, we won't do anything stupid. As long as the kid cooperates, that is.
The man's hand prodded roughly and repeatedly at the boy's head. A rugged hand, unlike the affectionate one that had been stroking his head before. Just stay cooperative. If you struggle, there's no guarantee what will happen. That clinched threat was literally beaten into his head. Alright. That was the end of chapter 1, by the way.
But this particular arc is only going to last 2 streams in total, because it is, in fact, the shortest arc in Higurashi. Waking up in a cheap hotel in the city was by no means pleasant. I remembered even during the long camping trips we had during grade school, I wanted to get home quickly, counting out the days left on my fingers. Waking up this morning, I was somehow reminded of that. Was it a need to be with my wife when she gave birth? A particular type of homesickness? As a productive member of society, as a public servant bound to fulfill his duties, it was pathetic indeed. Will we have a break then, like the usual week-long one? Yes, we will, because the next arc after this is going to be of, like, pretty average length, if not slightly longer in terms of stream count, maybe? So, yeah, it is, it's definitely, you know, I wouldn't want to be going for, like, 6 weeks straight. So, from between this and the next one, I mean. I would want at least a little time in between, so might as well just treat it as a normal break. Those negative emotions faded as I downed my breakfast, which was surprisingly not half bad. The meeting with the informant that Oishi had provided would be tonight. Until then, I couldn't just be lazing around. How many manga volumes did this episode take then? 2. And the anime version of this is only 2 episodes as well, although obviously it is heavily truncated, and the anime version heavily downplays like pretty much every political element present in the story, which is why, in my opinion, the anime version of Himatsubushi in particular feels particularly flat. The Onigafuchi Guardians was protesting the dam's construction in various ways. Included in this was a strategy for improving public relations, which could be categorized into 2 major forms, combative and peaceful. In regards to the former, as an attempt to keep law enforcement in check, they appealed to the public's sympathy by highlighting the oppressive and inhumane tactics of the police and the brutality of the riot squads. The latter, peaceful route stressed how precious the natural surroundings of Hinamizawa was, seeking people who would oppose the dam on environmental grounds. As a part of that, the village of Hinamizawa had invited celebrated zoologists and botanists, as well as environmental groups, to advertise the nature surrounding the town. According to the news, in recent years, there had been a group calling itself Hinamizawa Nature Watching, setting up free sightseeing tours. I would have liked to have taken advantage of the opportunity, but when I called the village administrative offices, they said it was too late to apply for the tour, and they were still undecided as to when they'd be doing another one.
I see. So there's no applications for the next time. Too bad. Are you a member of an environmental group? Or maybe somebody from a magazine? No, just here privately. Privately? Then you're a tourist? Something like that. It's my hobby to take pictures that display how beautiful nature can be. I read in a magazine that there were some precious nature reserves here, so I was looking forward to it. I knew that there was an article that had something like that written in it, but I hadn't actually read it. Was this ad-libbed lie not going to work? However, contrary to my expectations, the person I was speaking to laughed happily. Come. The village is a little busy right now, but you're totally welcome here. In that case, I'll graciously accept the offer. Thank you. How are you getting around? A car? If that's the case, could I ask for your license plate number? No, there's no ulterior motive behind that.
That was probably related to the checkpoints they'd set up on the way to the village. If I didn't give them my license plate number, I'd most likely be hindered in various ways. I thought about using the car I'd borrowed from the prefecture, but I was lost on whether it was okay to tell them that plate number. If the Onigafuchi Guardians was behind this incident, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be able to find out who I was. I had to play it safe, so I elected to refrain from using the car. No, actually, I'm not using a car. If there's a bus or something, I'd prefer that.
We do have a bus, actually. The route's going to be discontinued soon, though. You can take that. It departs from Okonomiya Station.
Thank you very much.
I'll look out for it. When will you be coming? Is it your first time in Hinamizawa? If it is, you must be unsure about a lot of things. If you let me know, I can have somebody show you around.
Oh no, I couldn't ask that much of you.
Don't worry about it. That's just a bit of PR we do, to protect nature around the village.
Judging by what I saw at the checkpoint, the villagers were at the very least wary of outsiders.
Oh, you know, I just realized I hadn't been using the phone filter for this guy. I don't know why I forgot to. Oh well, might as well not start now.
That's why in order to move in or out of the village freely, I had to travel with somebody like Oishi, or side with the dam protests. Having an interest in the natural environment surrounding the village tied into the peaceful type of PR that the village was using. I was a bit against having a watchdog attached to me, but that might actually work out in my favor. The entire village was fired up about the dam protests, so I might be lucky enough to hear some especially candid opinions from the residents. Given that, there was no real reason for me to refuse their offer. Is it really all right? If so, that'll really help. After that, I was shown the bus schedule and directed to which bus I should get on. Somebody would come and meet me at the bus stop in the village. After showing me around a spot I'd take interest in, there was no doubt they'd bring me to somewhere like an anti-dam information center. Then, over a cup of tea, they'd try and indoctrinate me into accepting their principles and beliefs. Well, if that was their aim, there'd be a lot of freebies involved. The world is about give and take, after all. I couldn't be going in a suit. I pulled some plain clothes out of my travel case and changed into something more casual. After that, after calming down by watching some local television, I left the hotel and set out for Okonomiya Station. The bus route that I was told would soon be discontinued certainly didn't look that way. There was more than enough trips on the schedule, and the number of passengers was by no means sparse. If this was the main link to Okonomiya, the only town in the area, the types of passengers that stood out were older folks who didn't look like they could drive and housewives who didn't seem like they had a license. If the area was submerged at the bottom of the lake, it wouldn't matter if there was a bus route. That's why it was going to be discontinued, in the unnatural scheme of things. I could catch a glimpse of the government's intent in cutting off their means of transportation to bully the village into emptying out sooner. It makes sense. According to the documents, talks between the Ministry of Construction and the locals broke down quite early. The government decided from the start to take an aggressive stance on the matter. It was like the fairy tale with the North Wind and Sun trying to get their traveler to remove his cloak. Even their bullying had meaning to it. The reason why the Onigafuchi Guardians resisted so violently was because the government was doing unseemly things like that. I was somebody who lived in Tokyo, so for a village or two out in the boonies like this to be submerged didn't seem like a big deal. But I guess for somebody actually living here, it would be a vitally huge problem. This route will be discontinued at the end of the financial year. Thank you for your patronage up to this point. We look forward to your continued patronage on our other lines. Okonomiya Transportation. Gazing lazily at the notice of discontinued service posted inside the bus, I counted down the number of stops until the designated one. Along the way, we passed through the checkpoint without stopping. They knew what time the bus was coming, so they had opened up the barricade ahead of time. From here on out was enemy territory. My palms had at some point become coated in a thin film of sweat. Now arriving at Yukita Waterworks. Are there any passengers disembarking? I hurriedly pressed the stop request button as the designated stop was announced. For none of the numerous passengers to be getting off here meant that it must be quite a remote place. In actuality, the stop I got off at was so abnormally run down that I could tell it was barely used. As soon as I stepped out, an intense atmosphere completely different than the interior of the bus assailed my body. Right now, Oishi or Hondaya weren't beside me. That's right, at present, I was alone in the middle of enemy territory. My adversaries probably thought I was just an ordinary tourist, but that was nothing more than a ruse. But if by some mistake my true identity was to be exposed, it brought back the terrifying words I had heard at the prefectural office, that it was somebody was attacked in Hinamizawa with a knife, there wouldn't be any evidence left behind. I didn't seem suspicious, did I? My clothing was currently casual. It was exactly the type of clothing that a city slicker that viewed the countryside as a wholesome getaway would wear. A camera and a knapsack. Inside were various things needed for hiking. It was still only June, and maybe it was unusual, but the sun was shining down like it was already the middle of summer. The fact that I didn't bring a hat must seem odd. No, it wasn't something to be that concerned about. It's all right. I was just a normal tourist. Just normal. Was there anything suspicious about me? Asking that as I turned around to look at the bus that was departing. All the passengers by the window were staring down at me, silently. They were staring right at me, as if they had seen right through my proud little outfit, just staring, looking down on me. Countless stares rained down like needles on me from the windows opened to air out the bus. All that rained down were stares. None of them were saying a word. But all the more, their silent stares told me more than a million words would. Hurry up and go back to Tokyo, you outsider. No, I'm... There was no reason for me to speak. My quiet voice was drowned out by the sound of the engine. The bus, as if to torment me, set out slowly, and after doing more than enough to intimidate me, sped off. A thin film of sweat began to rise from my entire body. According to the documents, it was a village that seemed wary of outsiders. Its population was small as well. If they saw an unfamiliar face, they would be quick to identify that face as an outsider. On top of that, nobody else had gotten off at this stop. It was a bus stop that they had normally just passed on by. Somebody actually getting off there. There was no doubt that had drawn some attention. But this wasn't a slip-up. They were the ones who directed me to get off at this stop. There was nothing to worry about. I knew that I was just nervous since this was my first undercover assignment. My more seasoned colleagues referred to us as the new generation that didn't know how to lose their cool, but that wasn't true at all. In order to calm my breathing down, I exhaled the unpleasant air residing in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't help but pray that my apprehensions would disappear like the white clouds of exhaust expelled from the bus. There was a small shed there to serve as shelter if it rained, and it was there that I decided to wait. Inside the shed, one wall was plastered with posters advertising the dam opposition efforts. It was like the heartfelt screams of the villagers were recorded on that wall. Inside that shelter, I felt an inexplicable pressure. It wasn't like I had any real relation to the dam project, but it still made me feel hesitant about being inside there. That was just how filled with the force of denial that space was. And inside that uneasy space was a girl. Inside that shed, covered in words written in broad brushstrokes, berating the policies regarding the dam and calling for action, there was a girl sitting there with a drowsy gaze as if half asleep. Oh, whoops. Minimized the window by accident. The two images clashed so much that I could only stand there dumbfounded for a moment, trapped in such a surreal environment. If I stepped inside, who knew what kind of oafish noises I would accidentally make? I couldn't be disturbing this girl's slumber like that. Having thought this, I gave up on entering the shed. It was just a sleeping kid, so why was I so worked up about it? Finally, I realized. This girl, to us, as a married couple, was the very image of our ideal child. Even after numerous examinations at the hospital, we didn't know for sure what our child's gender was. Whether we could tell if they were a boy or a girl was, in the end, dependent on whether or not we could get an okay, yeah. It's just a weird clinical thing to say, but... was whether or not we could get an image of their genitalia. Thank you, Akasaka. There was, of course, no guarantee that it was a girl, but with things the way they were, the possibility was high. Even so, Yukie had been saying that the chances that it was a boy or a girl were even. But in my heart, I had already decided that our coming child was a girl. It's not necessarily like a weird thing to say, it's just a weird way to phrase it. Indigo with the 10 pounds. It's blue thing. Since the day I decided that until now, it was so fun to imagine how our child would grow up that I couldn't help myself. Amongst those numerous imagined forms, the one that I thought to be the most ideal had materialized right in front of me. Of course, a little of it was due to the circumstances. In my ideal image, her hair would be on the short side. The girl in front of me, though, had long hair. It was almost as if somebody had taken my ideal and made some small adjustments. It certainly wasn't something unpleasant. Even so, I felt like I was sullying her just by looking at her like that. She had an immaculate, no, a divine air about her. That girl with an angelic smile, with a yawn wide enough you could see her molars, woke up all of a sudden. I didn't mean to peep, but locking eyes with a girl who had just woken up like this somehow made me feel like I was playing a prank on her. I wasn't doing anything shady, but I became flustered. The girl spoke. No, cried out?
Meep.
Meep? Like that character on the show with the puppets? With the orange hair? I thought it was just one of those greetings kids do. So in order to prove I wasn't a suspicious person, I responded in kind. Meep? 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 The girl stared at me dubiously with a doll-like expression, cute but cold and hard to read. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. There was, after all, an unfamiliar man right in front of her when she woke up who responded with meep when she said the same. Suspicious. She definitely thought I was suspicious. Meep. Meep. Grown-ass man. Bitch! We were both at a loss for words. No, the only one lost was me. The girl in front of me, as if inquiring about my motives, stared at me intently. In this silence, I felt like I was the one who had to say something first. Damn it, this girl was way better at interrogating somebody than Oishi. I'm not anybody suspicious. I'm, Nipa. 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 What I could only have described as a cold expression suddenly blossomed into a smile, one that soon infected me. You might be familiar with the term angelic smile. To me, it was like that phrase was created just to describe the smile that she gave me. The girl smiling while saying Nipa probably wanted me to return the favor in kind. That's right, this was a kid's form of communication. Having the other person emulate what you just did was a rudimentary form of mutual understanding. Nipa. Nipa. It was a beautiful afternoon in the early summer. What was I doing? Nipa. Nipa. Well, whatever. This was interesting in its own way. If making somebody happy with just a smile was the work of angels, then this girl was definitely one of them. I couldn't help but pray that my own child, who was soon to be born, would grow up to be like this girl. That strangely gentle moment was finally brought to the end by the arrival of the car. An older person waved at me from the driver's seat, a dry smile plastered on their face.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Sorry for being late. You're the tourist who phoned yesterday, right?
Huh? Ah, yes.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm running a little behind because of the farm. Hop right on in. Looks like the weather isn't going to hold up for much longer, so I'll show you around real quick.
The weather?
It changes fast around here. There'll probably be evening showers again today. If that happens, you won't be able to take any pictures. Come on, get in.
Meep. Turning around, the girl was standing right behind me with an intrigued expression. Her body language somehow reminded me of a stray cat that followed you around after you played with it a little. So charming.
Well, if it isn't Rika-chama. Praise be, praise be.
Nipa! A girl named Rika with an immaculate smile, and an old man praising her while rubbing prayer beads in his hands. It was a rather mysterious sight to behold. So, the girl turns her face at me, tilting her head a little in a cutesy manner. After seeing that, the elder introduces me as a tourist who came to sightsee Hinamizawa.
A
youngin' who came to the village for sightseeing.
The girl, Rika-chan, said that with a smile as she clung onto my arm. Oh, well, yeah. I heard that this village is surrounded by a precious nature reserve, so I wanted very much to record that with my camera. Even though I look like this, I really like to take pictures.
Tomitake Mark II.
Tomitake? Huh?
Makino. Is it okay if I come along too?
I couldn't. You could come along, Rika-chama, but there's nothing interesting to see. You should go play near the shrine or something.
Meep.
A distinctly displeased expression creeped across Rika-chan's face. Being able to show one's emotions honestly on their face was a privilege young children had. If it's not too much of a problem, could you bring this child along with us? When I said those helpful words, another smile spread across Rika-chan's face with another nipa as she clung to me again. Not bad at all. I want this girl to call me Papa. No. Father. Dad. No. No, okay, Akasaka. I know you're not being like that. You're having baby fever, but you need to cool it down a little, man. What am I doing? Ever since I met this girl, I was completely off my game. Just calm down.
Nothing I can do, I guess. Rika-chama never listens even if you say no. Come on, hop on in. Come now, Rika-chama too.
The old man descended from the driver's seat and opened up the sliding door of the van, which had Onigafuchi Alliance Town Council stenciled on the side. Rika-chan brushed me aside, dove into a seat, and began bouncing around right away.
You could say daddy, it's a cute nickname when it comes from kids. Yeah, I mean, yes. It's just that I know chat. I know that they're gonna react strangely.
It seemed like she was thoroughly enjoying the bouncy springs.
Come now, Rika-chama. If you're like that, our guest can't sit down. Hey, Rika-chama.
Girls are nice. I wonder if my child will play around like this too. No. It was written in the guide to raising a child that you shouldn't dote on them. Kids are kids. If you don't raise them strictly without spoiling them.
It's soft and springy. Nipa!
Nipa. I am definitely going to be a terrible father. It was decided that I would be a doting parent before my child was even born.
Well then, sir, I'll show you around some places I think would look nice. Have you eaten lunch yet?
Yeah, I had a light meal at the hotel.
Is that so? Well then, let's get going.
We're setting off on a tour of Hinamizawa. Yay!
Is it alright if I call you Rika-chan?
Sure. My name is Rika Furude. I can already do addition in the 10-stitcher.
Oh, is that true? That's, amazing.
I don't count on my fingers. I can do it all in my head.
The way she insisted upon that was just too cute. At some point, the nervousness I had about being alone in enemy territory had evaporated like it was never there at all. I had to at least be a little thankful that I met this girl.
Well then, let's get going. It's time for Hinamizawa nature watching.
The old man stepped on the gas with a great deal of gusto.
Her little poking out in the corner. Rika photobomb.
The old man, who was apparently named Makino, was he the same Makino that was listed as the auditor of the Onigafuchi Guardians? Showed me around places that were all breathtaking. Even though I wasn't really here for sightseeing, I couldn't help but be impressed. First of all, this was different from the simple scenery of a city. The scenery of a charming village like this, no matter how mundane it seemed to the villagers, had a tranquil appeal to it. At first, I was only releasing the shutter as part of my tourist act, but midway through I found myself taking pictures out of pure interest. Tourist traps had their own unique allure to them, but there was nothing like that here. I was especially captivated by the unspoiled nature of the place. If there wasn't the whole uproar over the dam, I'd want to bring Yukie with me here some other time. I wanted her to breathe in this fresh air, as well as show her this rejuvenating, verdant scenery.
Is something like this interesting? You're a strange person, Akasaka.
No, these cylindrical mailboxes are rare nowadays. They have a certain nostalgic air about them. You wouldn't happen to think they're elegant, would you?
Is Hinamizawa fun?
Yeah, it's fun. Once she's discharged from the hospital, I'd like to bring my wife here at least once. With the child that'll be born by that time. Right now, she's in the hospital waiting to give birth. She's due any day now. It'd be nice if they're a cute girl like you.
Sir, it seems like congratulations are soon to be in order. Still, that's not good. To leave your wife behind and play around in a place like this.
I was momentarily at a loss for words. It was exactly how Makino had said. There was no good reason for a man who was waiting for his wife to give birth to be playing around idly in this place. Did I slip up? Well, we had already planned this trip to Hinamizawa a long time ago. My wife's family's with her, so it's alright.
If you had this planned so far in advance, then how come you didn't make the sign-up deadline for the nature watching? If you did, you could have toured around on a nice bus instead of being cramped up in here.
It didn't seem as if Makino was actually digging for anything. But if this conversation continued any longer, it would put some unexpected holes in my cover. I halted the conversation by pretending to take another picture.
Well then, for our last stop, I'll take you to the place with the best view.
It was slightly before evening. The sun was still burning brightly, but a cool breeze had begun to mix itself into the air. It seemed my exploration of Hinamizawa with Rika-chan was just about done.
The place with the best view?
Well, Rika-chama, where else could it be but the view from around the shrine?
Hearing that, Rika-chan smiled even more.
Well, then I'll introduce you to my home, Akasaka.
By Rika-chan's home, you mean?
The shrine. Furude Shrine. There's an observation platform. You can see some real pretty scenery.
Furude Shrine. The girl who called Furude Shrine her home, Rika. If I remembered correctly, her full name was Rika Furude. And Furude was... that's right, one of the 3 families. Even if the Sonozaki family is said to hold all the actual power, it was still one of the old houses that held some authority. No, more importantly than that right now was Furude Shrine. If I remembered correctly, Oishi had told me. With the grounds of the Furude Shrine, there were the offices of the Onigafuji Guardians. And since the land around Furude Shrine were private property, the police couldn't set foot there heedlessly. Furude Shrine, where even Oishi couldn't simply set foot into. The main base of operations for the Onigafuji Guardians. I had been given the unexpected opportunity to enter there. I couldn't have asked for more. I'm looking forward to it. Please, if you would.
Well then, let's get there quick.
Jim Pop 45 with the $5. Psych, bitch, she's taking you home! Ow!
The weather seems to be getting a little iffy.
The sky had suddenly become overcast. It wouldn't be odd if it started raining soon. The cicadas, as if trying to finish their daily allotment of chirps before the evening, cried out even more fervently. Uno reverse be like... The van stopped in the shrine's parking lot. Also parked there were numerous other vans with loudspeakers mounted on top of them to act as makeshift propaganda vehicles. On the side of each vehicle was scrawled, "The dam project must be demolished. Defend our homeland to the last. No Oyashiro-sama's anger," or a slogan of similar kind. They gave the feeling that even without using the loudspeakers, there was enough to overwhelm any onlookers. Vertical banners were erected in various places. The contents of those banners were similar. They were all objections against the dam or crude insults towards the government. They were horizontal banners, placards, and so on and so forth. They proclaimed that without a doubt, this was the headquarters of the Onigafuji Guardians. For Rika-chan, however, this hectic place was also her home.
We've arrived. I'm home.
Rika-chan crawled over my lap and exited the vehicle first. Makino had noticed that I was looking at protest banners.
The shrine also has the offices of the anti-dam movement. For you, this probably brings back memories of the anti-security treaty conflicts back in the day.
Student movements against government policies, movements that bordered on terrorist activity, were at one time commonplace, if only in order to garner global attention. Students holding out in lecture halls, brawling with the riot squads that charged in. It was an age where wasting one's youth like that was widely considered a road to glory. It was slightly before my time. I'm not really an activist or anything. I studied without incident and graduated without incident. I don't really agree with the violence or occupations they use to protest the government's policies.
Oh? You have quite the nice opinion there.
If you have an opinion on a policy, vote for the candidate who shares your view, or enter the political world yourself and assert your beliefs in a lawful manner. That's the foundation of democracy. I don't think that's something that you should challenge with violence.
For a youngin', you have some fine beliefs.
I saw that feeling of respect reflected in Makino's gaze. At that moment, something tugged at my sleeve.
I have no idea what Akasaka is saying.
Rika-chan, feeling like she was the only one who didn't understand the conversation, had a look of displeasure on her face. That expression was so charming, I had to keep myself from grinning like an idiot. It's often said that a father wants to spoil his daughter rotten. I think I understood that feeling very well. Sorry. It was a little bit hard for Rika-chan to understand, wasn't it? Japan's a peaceful country, so you have to argue your point in a peaceful manner. You shouldn't resort to violence, in other words. No matter how much I explained, a girl who was just boasting about being able to carry digits over when adding things probably wouldn't understand. It probably wasn't something to talk about in front of Rika-chan anyway.
So then, Akasaka, how do you think we should keep our village from being flooded by the dam?
Even I regretted my careless words. Even if I regretted my careless words, it was too late now. Here I was, at the main headquarters of an organization, telling them that their way of doing things was illegal. Preaching that violence was not the answer. A complicated feeling had mixed itself in with the respect in Makino's gaze. It was then I finally realized. It wasn't that simple. There wasn't a soul who would argue that what I was saying wasn't correct. Using violence to get one's way was something that everyone knew you shouldn't be proud of. However, right now, Hinamizawa was in a predicament that couldn't be overcome with peaceful means alone. The legality of the Hinamizawa Dam project, through the efforts of the various propaganda campaigns enacted by the Onigafuji Guardians, was being called into question. If they further strengthened their campaign, they might be able to suspend or change the construction plans. But that was at most just a possibility. If the government proceeded with the construction as planned, it wouldn't be long before this place was at the bottom of a lake. If it wasn't for the unrestrained resistance of the residents of Hinamizawa, this place might already have been underwater.
We can't live anywhere else other than here. We can't live in the city.
The words of this remarkably young girl were all too accurate, carrying with them the screams of the hearts and minds and residents of Hinamizawa. Of course, there was nothing I could say to respond to that. I could only respond to Makino and Rika-chan's heavy words with silence. I'm sorry. This isn't a problem that an outsider should just lightly poke their nose into, is it? I apologize. Makino, unsure of how to reply for a while, could only laugh pointlessly.
It's nothing that concerns guests that make their home somewhere else. If you enjoy it here, please tell all your friends that Hinamizawa is a wonderful place, please. If word spreads to dozens, maybe even hundreds of people, then that ridiculous plan to submerge this place at the foot of a dam will eventually fall apart.
He followed that with a smile that said, "Please don't think much of it." Makino letting me not worry that much was a stroke of good fortune. Becoming infatuated with the idea of making friends with a little girl had made me completely forget my apprehension at being in enemy territory. Being reminded of this right before I was going to step foot into their headquarters might have been a good thing. If we'd had this exchange in the middle of their office, if there was a short-tempered youth in there, they might have come at me. Thinking of how extreme they were, in the worst case my life could have been in danger. It seemed that I looked quite despondent at that moment. Makino, thinking he had said something wrong, became flustered trying to think of a way to improve my mood. I was a bit careless just now. I'm very sorry.
No, don't worry that much about it.
The sights you showed me around the village were all beautiful, wonderful places. I really do want to come here one more time. If this beautiful village is going to be submerged at the bottom of a lake, I can understand why you would fight so desperately. I'd somehow managed to use my despondent look to change the topic in my favor. After a bit, Makino had returned to his usual high spirits. It seemed he believed I completely sympathized with his point of view.
Now, let's leave the talk at that for now. There's a place around here with a really great view.
Let's go, Akasaka.
Rika-chan, seemingly happy to be free from all the boring and gloomy adult talk, bounded up the stone steps. There was no real need to run, but in order to catch up with her, I also darted up the steps. There were several tents belonging to the town council erected on the shrine grounds. Inside the tents were several folding tables and chairs, and a number of the older town council members were livening things up with chit-chat. They weren't saying anything incendiary like, the dam project must be destroyed. It was just some relaxed, idle chit-chat between local geezers. The normal sort of calming scenery. At the entrance of a shed that looked like a meeting place, there was a large sign erected with Onigafuji Guardian Headquarters written in bold brushstrokes. That was their base of operations. To be honest, it was a bit of a letdown. If you asked what I had been imagining, this is a bit embarrassing, but I'd have thought that it was something much more dramatic, with barbed wire fences and barricades. My first impression of the place, though, was completely different from that. It looked like a simple backwater town hall. It didn't look like anything other than exactly that. The old folks who were chatting had noticed Rika-chan's presence.
Well, if it isn't Rika-chama, it's time for little kids to head on home.
This is my home.
The old folks guffawed, since she wasn't wrong. From that exchange, I could tell this Rika Furude girl was loved by everybody.
Makino-san? Who's that? The tourist who phoned?
That's right.
This is the mayor of Hinamizawa, Mayor Kimiyoshi.
He smiled brightly, but there was no mistaking he would be scary if he got angry. By the looks of things, this old man was the president of the Onigafuji Guardians, none other than Kiichiro Kimiyoshi himself.
Welcome to Hinamizawa. What do you think? It's quite a relaxing place, isn't it?
Yeah. I was able to appreciate a multitude of beautiful places throughout the whole day. I'm thankful for being granted this rare opportunity.
Even though you're one of those young'uns, you're quite the gentleman.
Kiichiro, I want to show Akasaka a cool place.
Thinking that the formalities between myself and the mayor had gone on for too long, Rika-chan butted in on the conversation. For her to call the mayor by his first name, I felt it was a little strange, but none of the villagers seemed to mind. A girl of the Furude household, one of the 3 families. She was probably different than the average villager.
Akasaka, over here.
Rika-chan tugged at my sleeve. Not resisting, I allowed myself to be pulled over. Neon roses with the $5, thank you. I don't know if you meant to send a message with that, but... And waiting for me was a magnificent view. This is amazing. It was an observation deck that looked down on the village. They, knowing that this was the best view in the entire village, kept quiet as I stood there, awestruck. I was holding a camera, but had completely forgotten to even glance through the viewfinder. This view, no matter what kind of film it was printed on, wouldn't be able to show everything. If there was a way to explain it, it would only be what I was able to put into words. It was just such a breathtakingly spectacular view that I struggled to find a comparison. For a while, I was left awestruck. I could only stand there and wonder. YouTube hates me and won't let me send a message to have the money anyway. I'm sorry for that, but thank you. I appreciate it. A cool breeze helped abate the heat rushing through my body. That comfortable sensation also left me speechless. Rika-chan, who had been holding onto my sleeve the entire time, spoke.
This is my favorite spot.
As she said that, she showed me another adorable smile. That smile seemed very fleeting. If you ask why, that was because the view from her favorite spot would eventually be submerged under the deep green waters of the dam reservoir. I just can't believe that this village is going to end up at the bottom of a lake. I said it quietly so that only Rika-chan could hear it. I regretted it as soon as I did, for those words were all too cruel. However, Rika-chan didn't let them cast a cloud on her expression. In fact, she replied with a smile.
It won't sink. The dam project will definitely go away.
It was just like a little girl to say something like that. There was no basis for her saying so. It was just her wish.
Akasaka, do you think that this village will be submerged?
It's not that I want it to be. I knew how important the dam was. I knew that it was necessary. I just didn't want to recognize the sacrifices that would be made. I agreed with the project in general, but couldn't agree with some of the details. But if it meant that the girl's beloved scenery wouldn't be taken away from her, I might be able to object to the dam. I might be able to ignore the interests of the nation, the development of Japan, all for the sake of one girl's smile. I'm not really much of a humanist, but... how sentimental of me.
It won't be submerged, because the dam project will soon go away.
Her words weren't just hopes and dreams, but were seasoned with a hint of resolve, as if she was talking about an unchangeably predetermined outcome. As surely as the sun rising in the east. It'll be gone soon? Wanting to ask her why she believed that, I turned around.
Yes, it'll be gone.
What makes you say that?
Well, you see...
She seemed to want to answer, but as though unable to find the right words, she swallowed back what she was about to say.
Regardless of what Akasaka does, the dam project will end this year. It's already been decided.
That was a lie. If something like that had already been decided, then the Onigafuchi Guardians would have no reason to continue existing. From my point of view, it was like we were doing nothing more than throwing themselves into an endless battle. If they knew the dam project was cancelled, it would feel much more relaxed around here. This village, though, could hardly be called relaxed. For evidence of that, I just had to remember how charged the atmosphere was at the checkpoint or at the bus stop. The villagers, with their misplaced resolve, were still fighting. And this girl, even knowing the villagers' grim resolve, had already declared their victory. The villagers throwing themselves into this endless war, and this optimistic girl who said that they had already won. That contrast was somehow strange. Why do you think that? If you know something that makes you that confident, could you tell me? Rika-chan stayed silent for a while, seemingly choosing what to say.
Because...
She looked like she was lost on whether she should continue or not. As if she was troubled on whether it was okay for her to say it. That kind of expression.
It's already been decided. There's no other way to say it.
It's already been decided, huh? It really is just like a little girl to say something like that. I couldn't believe that it was actually true. She was the only one saying such things with such confidence. My real mission that I had forgotten about during this fun-filled day resurfaced at the back of my mind. The kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Had the Onigafuji Guardians kidnapped the minister's grandson and already succeeded in negotiating the cancellation of the dam project? Did Kimiyoshi actually already know that and was just playing dumb? Was that what this girl was really telling me?
Akasaka.
The girl called out my name suddenly. What is it? Go back to Tokyo. Huh? I wasn't only surprised at that sudden command. Ever since I came to this village, I had never once mentioned that I was from Tokyo. Well, based on my accent, she might have been able to guess where I was from. What was I getting so worked up over? It was probably the sudden and complete change in her demeanor. You should definitely go back to Tokyo right away. If not, you will woefully regret it. The girl had been holding my sleeve the entire time. She'd been tugging at my sleeve since hurriedly dragging me over to show me this wonderful view. But this was the adorable Rika-chan, who I'd spent the entire day with. There was no way she could have been replaced with a doppelganger while I wasn't looking. She had been holding onto my sleeve this entire time, but somehow, this girl was someone other than Rika-chan. She looked like Rika-chan, but she wasn't. She was some girl I had never met before. That girl had told me in an indifferent voice that I would eventually come to regret coming to this village from the bottom of my heart. That would be an incredibly pathetic thing to see. So I thought I'd warn you right now. Why would I come to regret it? Stop whining. I couldn't believe that I was hearing such cold words coming from Rika-chan's mouth. I just couldn't believe it. Was somebody impersonating her using ventriloquism or something? Thinking that, I wanted to take a look around, but the girl's gaze had me pinned down, making me unable to move. When you tried crossing the road when the Don't Walk sign was up, did your parents finish explaining why it was so dangerous before pulling you back to the sidewalk? They'd pull you back right away, wouldn't they? They'd pull you back before explaining why it was dangerous, wouldn't they? In other words, it's something like that. The girl I had spent time with, Rika Furude, would not speak like that. She would speak with a cuteness befitting her age, with brief, childish remarks, expressing her emotions honestly. She definitely wouldn't speak with such pointed words. I've warned you. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I'm saying this because I hate you. You don't need to tell somebody who's better off dead that they're in danger. Who are you? You're not Rika-chan. As soon as I accused her of not being Rika-chan, she let out a strange, quiet giggle. It was a laugh not befitting a child of her age. It was like she was possessed by something. Her change was just that total and complete. Was Rika-chan being attacked by some terrifying phenomenon? That occult idea came to mind without any sort of hesitation. Rika-chan is acting strange. Somebody, help! Thinking that I'd yell that, I turned to where the mayor was. I immediately realized he was looking at us with a smile. That's right. To him, it looked like nothing more than me and Rika-chan fooling around. He didn't notice that there was something terrifying happening to her. Akasaka's such a coward. The girl had obviously grasped that I was afraid. Noticing that and calling me a coward, she laughed again. That cackling girl, approaching me in a strange manner while still laughing, lost her balance and fell flat on her face. Rika-chan fell down. If it was just a while before, I would have extended a hand to help her up without hesitation. But now, extending a hand to this ominous girl who looked just like Rika-chan, but wasn't, required a bit more courage than I had at the moment.
Meep.
The girl cried out thus. She then squirmed upright and dusted herself off. Afterwards, she looked around restlessly as a blank expression crept across her face. You've got to be kidding me. Was she making fun of me? That way of acting. It was as though, after being possessed by something, she had lost her memories of what happened. You're joking, right? Rika-chan?
Meep.
I don't know if Rika-chan had heard me or not. She just cried out like that as if questioning herself.
Hey, mister! Rika-chama too! Tea's ready! There's some snacks too, so please come and have some.
An old lady wearing a smock was waving energetically from the entrance of the office. Hearing that there were snacks, Rika-chan's expression changed.
Yay!
A carefree smile. That was a familiar smile, the one that belonged to the embodiment of my ideal daughter. Any hint of the creepy girl that was just there, spouting sinister words, had vanished.
Come on, Rika-chama. Wash your hands first. There aren't any manju here for dirty hands. I'll wash them real good. Meep.
Rika-chan responded with vigor, running off to the washing station that was along the side of the office. She stopped halfway, turning around to call to me.
If Akasaka doesn't hurry up, I'll eat his share of manju too. They're steaming fresh. People who don't wash their hands aren't allowed to eat any manju.
No matter how you looked at it, that was Rika-chan. Those words and the way she said them, no matter how you heard them, they were definitely Rika-chan's.
Come on now, mister. You're the adult here, so show her how it's done.
The old lady urged me to wash my hands. Without any resistance, I lined up beside Rika-chan at the wash station. Splish splash. I stared at Rika-chan, intent on washing her hands properly, like she had probably learned at school.
Meep. Did I do something wrong?
By wrong, you mean...
How I'm washing my hands. I only got 4 gold stickers for it. I'm probably bad at washing my hands.
You're not doing anything wrong. If you're washing them that carefully, that's more than enough.
But it's not, Akasaka. If you don't use a brush and clean out the dirt underneath your fingernails, you won't get a gold sticker.
Rika-chan, you're very diligent. That's something to be proud of.
Nipa! I was praised by Akasaka.
No matter how you looked at it, it was Rika-chan. There was no trace of that girl from before. Exactly what was that sinister girl? Rika-chan, what was the meaning of what just happened now? Just now you told me to go back to Tokyo, didn't you?
Did I say that?
I was at a loss for words. She didn't remember what that girl just now had said. Like I would ever believe something as occult as that could happen. Like I would ever believe that Rika-chan could be possessed by that strange girl and say those creepy things. Rika-chan, you definitely said that.
Meep.
Her expression told me that, despite my saying so, she had no idea. She wasn't playing dumb. She actually didn't know. Exactly what was that just now? Just as Rika-chan had, I let a look of confusion creep across my face. The two of us, both looking like we had no idea what was going on, must have certainly been a humorous sight to behold. While partaking of tea and snacks, I was shown a propaganda film shot by the Guardians that highlighted their resistance efforts. Older folks talked passionately on how long and grueling the fight against the dam was, but they fell on deaf ears. I was transfixed by Rika-chan, who had heard these stories countless times before and was nodding off. Eventually, Rika-chan noticed that I was staring at her and smiled as she rubbed her eyes. That smile was Rika-chan's, after all. There was no hint of that sinister shadow. After that, my unreasonable fear of Rika-chan lessened with the passing of time, but I could by no means forget what had just happened. It eventually grew dark. The mayor said that they had prepared dinner, but I said I would come again tomorrow and took my leave. I had to return to the hotel and file my regular report with the section chief.
I see. Well then, please come again come again tomorrow. If you phone, we'll send somebody to pick you up right away.
I appreciate your hospitality. I'll probably come again and enjoy myself tomorrow.
Yes, please do. It seems that Rika-chan has taken a pretty big liking to you.
Akasaka, are you coming again tomorrow? I finish after 5th period, so if you could come around 3 o'clock, that would make me happy.
Please come again. That pure smile urged me to do so. There wasn't a trace of that evil aura. Depending on what happened next, all that might end up as nothing more than my hallucination. Thinking about it logically, if the daughter of the Furude household, one of the 3 families, had taken a liking to me, then this was a strong foothold for my investigation from here on out. It was like a free ticket for a reason to visit Hinamizawa. If only I could treat that little incident as a figment of my imagination, then having this girl who was the embodiment of my ideal daughter grow so attached to me wasn't bad either. I had successfully dove into the belly of the Onigafuji Guardians, and had the mayor as well as other important members of the Alliance welcome me with open arms. This was a great turn of events. However, I still felt uneasy. Getting back to the hotel, I forced down an almost painfully cold beer until I could clear my mind. Is this where the console version would have a choice? I don't remember specifically if it has more than one, but I feel like it really only has, like, one particularly cosmetic choice, like, toward the end, where it just gives you, like, a short bad ending if you choose the wrong one. The shock from that incomprehensibly strange incident continued to torment me. So, by the way, obviously, I'm not going to comment on certain aspects of what you guys were talking about during that scene that you had to be sniped for. Be careful. But, voice choice-wise, I should say that Yukari Tamura, who plays Rika, and a certain other character, does a similar voice at that point to what you might expect from what I was doing. So I was simply choosing to make a similar choice, voice-wise. That is all I will say about that. But it is a deliberately distinct voice. Like Yukari Tamura definitely chooses a much more deep and mature voice in that moment, as opposed to how she usually plays Rika. Is this actually where we're gonna stop after these tips? It might be. It might be. It might be after these tips that we stop. We'll see. We'll see. I had a specific screenshot taken for when I was gonna get to the end of this, but we'll see. The sound of the car grew closer, followed by the sound of it braking as the engine cut out. At that moment, his up until now lackadaisical footsteps grew decisive as the man in the room dashed up to the wall beside the window and carefully peered outside. It was his comrade's car. Even so, he still didn't relax his guard. Eventually, the sound of footsteps approached the door. Thump. Thump, thump, thump. It was the passcode.
I'm back. Open the door already. You must be tired. I'm opening it now.
After the locks were undone and the door opened, a man appeared, his arms laden with the swollen plastic grocery bags. The bags in his hands had 7 Mart written on them, with bread and milk cartons able to be glimpsed within. The contents of those bags were spread out over a sheet on the floor.
Bought some cup noodles, so go boil some water. What's the kid doing? He's been sleeping the entire time. Thank God he's not causing trouble. He did struggle a bit when he was about to shit himself. Don't let him crap his pants. It'd suck if it started smelling like an outhouse in here. Yeah, I know. Check the gag every now and then. Don't want it to get loose, so keep it tight. But not so tight that he stops breathing. I said I know. Didn't I ask you to pick up another can of gas for the portable stove? We're out. You never asked, you idiot. Seriously? Come on, work. Damn it! He rattled the portable stove as he struggled to get it to light. Seeing that, the man who went to buy supplies let out a deep sigh, and with a backwards glance at that sight, began to walk to the corner of the room. The kidnapped boy was sprawled out on a sheet that was spread out on the floor. Boy, you doing okay? Of course, the man didn't assume the kid was able to hear that question. That was because the boy's ears were plugged, with his eyes and ears thoroughly covered by packing tape. Also, his mouth was gagged with a thin, twisted-up towel. Because of that, the boy was unable to close his mouth properly, his cheeks sticky with his own saliva. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. Both his arms were tied tightly behind his back with a leather belt. Seem to be doing okay. At least you're not gonna die. If your grandpa really wanted to play tough, we might have to lop off an ear. Be great if we don't have to. If the main family says we do, though, tough luck. Can't even imagine what kind of cruel things they'd have us do. Family says not one scratch on him, though, so it seems to be going well for the time being. The minister's discreetly withdrawing the dam project. The Hinamizawa dam's indefinitely postponed. Wonder when we're letting the boy go. I just want to be done with this already. Main family seems to be gauging the timing. I don't know when it'll be, but probably soon. Isn't that great, kid? You'll be let go real soon. The men didn't know if their voices were heard by the boy.
For him, there was nothing he could do but continue to sleep to escape his harsh reality.
More importantly, what are we going to do about the gas? Can't eat the cup noodles raw.
Chaderia with a Canadian $2. We're also out of margarita mix.
We're out of gas. Say something. Jeez.
Why I like rainy days. The weather forecast had predicted that it wouldn't rain at all this entire week. It's not that I hate sunny days or anything. When every day is the same, unchanging sunny weather, however, anybody would long for a rain cloud or two. If it's simply clear skies for a week, a month, a year, anybody would long for a rain cloud or two. The weather specialist said that they had carefully scrutinized a large quantity of past data, so it wouldn't be so likely for the forecast to be wrong. I knew as much. But even then, there was occasionally a day where I was hoping that it would be wrong, as I stared up into the clear blue sky. Was I being mischievous in hoping so? I waited and waited, feeling almost suffocated by the boring blue sky, undisturbed by a single cloud. If you could die from that suffocating feeling, then the population of Earth probably wouldn't have increased to this point. In other words, the only person who was being suffocated by this was me. And so, I welcomed the summer evenings where not even the weather forecast could predict a sudden shower. If I were to explain it like this, would you understand a bit more about how I feel? Let's say that tonight's dinner was going to be curry rice, but when you're called down to the dinner table, what was waiting for you was instead an eggplant and bell pepper stir fry. This is just on your mother's whim, by the way. I'd be delighted by such whimsy. I don't really like eggplants or bell peppers, but still, I would be delighted. The fact that the pre-established routine of curry rice had been broken would be amusing. If tonight was repeated 100 times, and 100 times you had to eat curry rice. Yet, for just this one night, that was changed to an eggplant and bell pepper stir-fry. There's no way you couldn't enjoy that chance happening. I hate pre-established routines. I really hate when things are all decided beforehand. I have no love for boredom. I always get my hopes up that something today will be different from yesterday, no matter how trivial. It's been decided that this entire week starting today was going to be clear skies. The weather forecast decided upon it, so the god of weather must also feel obliged to do so. But who's to say that a rain cloud might not just show up one day on a whim? It's something that nobody can say for sure, but because that thought remains in this world, a creature such as myself can continue living without being suffocated. Tomorrow will probably be a hot and clear day. However, I'm the only one that knows that predetermined fate. Even with but a slim 1% chance, something changes. Hoping for that 1%, I hung upside down weather charms on my sunlit eavesdrops, or whatever. You get it. In the end, I spend my days waiting for those unexpected things in life to happen. I pondered why I was hoping for it. Why was I hoping for a rain cloud? The answer was simple. I've had my fill of clear skies. Then why was I hoping for a rain cloud? The answer was simple. The fact that it was going to be sunny tomorrow was boring. So why was I hoping for a rain cloud? In the end, it doesn't really matter whether it rains or shines tomorrow. Basically, it was just that the rain would water my heart, which is withered from boredom. That's why, rather than a TV drama where the plot's already been decided, I prefer to look up at the sky. Anyway, barley tea and black tea and millstone.
Your blood pressure is improved. For you to recover this quickly at your age, I'm rather impressed. At this rate, you'll still be kicking after a couple hundred more years, Oreo-san.
The young doctor in his medical coat said that as he undid the blood pressure cuff from the arm of the old woman tucked away in her futon.
You're a very good physician, Dr. Urie. If a persistent old fart like me doesn't hurry up and die, I'll just be in the way of you young folk.
The old lady Oreo laughed faintly with a broad smile on her face. Then, turning towards the sliding door, she called out in a strong voice,
Is Shimiko-san or Taiko-san there?
Bring some tea for Dr. Irie. The sound of rushed footsteps from the hallway drew closer, until finally the door slid smoothly open. What it revealed was a young girl. It looked like the old lady's granddaughter.
Shimiko-san already left for the day. Do you need something?
Mion, make some barley tea for Dr. Irie.
Okay, got it. Do you want some too, Granny? Or would black tea be better? You want lots of milk and sugar?
I'll measure it out myself so you don't have to put any in. Just bring the sugar jar and some milk when you bring the tea. Atropos with the $2. I have never seen audio before. Fucked up. Yeah, audio also did not have sprites in the original version of the game, so this is something added in by the console versions. Our Hibaki game with the $2. Top 3 hottest Higu characters, #1 audio. And June Pop 45 with the $5. Oh my god, she's so cute. KK. The girl named Mion, after giving a rather uninterested response to her taskmaster of a grandmother, returned to the hallway. Pour the doctor's tea in the cup for the guests, and make sure you bring a coaster too. Also make sure to dry the outside of the glass, okay?
Yeah. You're such a fussy pants.
A tired voice wafted a reply from down the hallway. The apathetic tone of voice was far from unusual. The old lady let a wry smile slip across her face as she chided the girl. Jeez, that girl just won't learn. Nothing I ever scold her about sticks. Now, Oreo-san, you don't have to say that. Mion-chan is just doing her best in her own way, even though she's so young. Her mother was the same way. Couldn't teach her anything. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So her mother's mother must be exactly the same, no? The old lady burst out laughing. Her expression showed that she hadn't taken the comment the wrong way. Dr. Irie, I'm sorry, but could you open the doors for me? Is there a small Keiichi sprite? I don't think so. I don't believe so, anyway. It seems there's a nice cool breeze outside. The cool chirping of the Higurashi had at some point started leaking through the gap in the doorway. Irie stood up and opened the door a bit. A refreshing breeze pushed out the stale air that had built up in the room. It's gotten fairly hot during the day, but the evenings are still rather cool, aren't they? It was almost downright chilly last night. Yeah, those types of mornings and evenings are another one of Hinamizawa's fine points. Irie replied with a smile as he returned to sit on the cushion beside the old lady. And then the two of them, for a little while, soaked in the voices of the Higurashi. I'm going to try to live to 100. Until the business with the dam is proper finished, I ain't kicking the bucket just yet. To get the government to withdraw a decision they've already made is a fairly difficult thing to do. The way this country does things is like turning a millstone. A heavy one at that. A millstone? Don't you know? A millstone. Irie quickly affirmed that of course he knew what the old lady was talking about, for he knew full well that Audio didn't like having her stories interrupted. This millstone, see, can grind anything to a pulp. It's rather impressive. But you see, it doesn't turn that easy because it's a rather heavy millstone. Lots of people have to work in unison to get it to even budge. It's that type of millstone. Irie pursed his lips, listening quietly to what she was saying. Eventually, Mion returned with some tea laid out on a tray. Seeing that Audio was talking and in a good mood, she quietly knelt down and laid out the sets for the barley and black tea, careful not to interrupt. That's why, when it gets going, it's not that easy to stop. It takes the most effort to move it right before it starts turning. Everybody hates that, so everybody keeps pushing it along without rest.
You're talking about friction, right? I get what you're saying.
So in other words, if there's some sort of mistake and the millstone suddenly stops turning, to get it turning again takes a great deal of power, more or less. Certainly. To get a project that's been suspended going again takes quite a lot of work. It's a millstone that ain't easily stopped. But once it's stopped, it'll never turn again. It's that kind of millstone. It'd be nice if there was some way to get that millstone to stop, wouldn't it? When Irie responded with that, Mion and the old lady suddenly sunk into silence. Irie, instinctively thinking he had said something rude, searched in a small panic for the words to correct himself. But that silence wasn't the result of rude words. For what crept across Mion and the old lady's faces were contemptuous smiles. The atmosphere surrounding Irie suddenly froze, leaving him flabbergasted. Thinking that the scornful smiles creeping across both of their faces was the result of some mistake of his, he could only grow afraid. It hadn't been that long at all since he was enveloped by silence. However, unable to stand it, Irie could only let out a weak laugh. Irie's laugh eventually spread to Mion and the old lady. Not knowing exactly what they were laughing at, their laughter left a lingering chill. The only ones not laughing were the Higurashi, who continued their simple and unchanging chorus. Okay, I remembered incorrectly. That was not the tip that I wanted to stop after. I just remembered that the tip I wanted to stop after had Little Mion in it, but it didn't end on the line that I was thinking, so we are gonna keep going. Sorry to mislead you. The phone suddenly rang. I woke up in a hurry. The clock read 9 p.m. Damn it! I slept past the time I was supposed to report in. I picked up the receiver.
Akasaka-sama, you have a call from an outside line. Shall I connect you? It's from a coworker named Kano-sama.
I knew it. I didn't call in, so they had to phone me. Sorry, please put them through.
Understood. I'll connect you, so please hang up the receiver for the time being.
After I put down the receiver for a few seconds, the phone began to ring again. Yes, hello? This is Akasaka.
Akasaka-kun? This is Kano. Good work out there. You didn't call in for your regular report, so we called instead. What's your situation?
Leaving the lecture for later, my senior coworker got straight to the point. Today I went to the village proper. Under the guise of a tourist, I managed to establish contact with the mayor and several other core members of the Guardians. I wasn't able to ask them anything, but I left a good impression and was able to make a bridge for my investigation from tomorrow onwards.
I see. It looks like things are going smoothly. Akasaka-kun, you seem rather naive sometimes, but that might have worked in your favor. I guess you made some good progress for now?
I don't have the experience to make a comparison, so I don't know if it's that good or not. I think things went well for today, though.
Did you find out anything from the prefectural local offices? Does it look as though the Onigafuji Guardians is unrelated to this incident?
I still didn't know. I should have been able to say that immediately. I only had to say that, but for some reason, I hesitated. I'm still investigating, so I don't know what to say yet.
I see. Could you let us know as soon as possible? I think you understand, but after tonight it'll have been a full 4 days since the kidnapping happened. They didn't set a time limit, but it's obvious that time's not on our side. I think you know that.
Yeah, I know. I'll investigate a little quicker, while still being careful about it.
Okay. Be sure to look after yourself. You're dealing with a violent organization here. It might be dangerous to let your guard down. If you feel that you're in any danger, contact me immediately. In that case, I can get the local public safety office prepared to help you.
Thank you. I'll do my best.
Anything else to report?
I reported several bits of supplementary information, and at the very end I decided to ask, how is the investigation going on your end?
Everybody's doing their best here, but we're not making much progress. After all, the number of organizations we're investigating is vast. So if you find out the one you're investigating's in the clear, we'll have you return to Tokyo to assist some of the other officers. The chief is saying to dig up what you can on Onigafuji, but I don't think a residential anti-dam protest group has any relation to the incident at hand. Sending somebody out just to investigate a single group makes me cringe, really.
At this point, he was just complaining. He was telling me to stop taking time enjoying my trip, to finish up and get back quick. I'll try and resolve this as soon as I can.
Thanks. Counting on you. Well then, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up.
Okay, that's all I have. As we were ending our call, Heath scolded me thoroughly for being late with my regular report. After that, I hung up the phone and sprawled out on the bed. Come to think of it, I hadn't heard anything from Oishi. He was supposed to contact me about a time and place to meet with the informant tonight. I thought about getting angry with Oishi in retaliation for being scolded for forgetting my daily report. Come to think of it, though, Oishi didn't really say anything other than that he was going to call tonight. Waiting for a phone call when you didn't know what time it was going to come was in itself rather difficult. Just when I thought that, the phone rang. I picked up the receiver in a hurry. Hello?
Well, this is a surprise. Akasaka-san, you're pretty quick to answer the phone. Are you a regular user of dating chat lines or something?
I would never try anything seedy like that.
The way you overreact is rather interesting. Want to go to a place where you can have a little bit of lewd fun?
I'll pass. So could you please get to the point, Oishi-san?
Really? Yeah, too bad. We'll leave that for next time then. Well, I'll get to the point.
Many of the executives in the Onigafuji Guardians had a lot of sway in the neighboring regions. Even in Okinomiya, there were a lot of people with relations in the village. That's why meeting in the Shishibone Market District, far from Okinomiya, was a matter of course.
Akasaka-san, over here. Did you get a little lost? Coming from the north entrance might have been a bit of a detour, but it was easier to give directions from there.
No, I'm sorry for being late.
Did you eat dinner already?
Yeah, I already did.
Well then, shall we go to a place where we can get a drink? Do you prefer Western alcohol or maybe sake? Do you prefer a place with or without women?
Don't worry about it. I don't drink while I'm on the job. Hearing that, the man that Oishi had brought along bent backwards as he guffawed, clapping Oishi on the shoulder.
See? Isn't he just adorable? In exchange, can you give him a bit extra? That money all came from this guy's wallet, you know.
The man that Oishi had brought seemed almost like a ticket scalper or a bookie. Even his appearance was dubious. The informant grinned deviously.
Hey boy, how much did you give this guy? Looks like there was quite a bit skimmed off the top, you know.
Oishi's handling fee was included, so I took that into account. It seemed the informant had expected a more extravagant reaction on my part. When I responded matter-of-factly, he realized that I was an entirely different type of person than he was. But rather than putting a distance between us, it seemed that I had piqued his interest.
I said it, didn't I? He's the serious type. Do you see, Akasaka-san? People in a line of work like ours can really use their wealth of experience to their advantage. I wonder exactly how the experience of drinking in a bar with women would work.
Wait. That's Akasaka, sorry. I'm wondering exactly how the experience of drinking in a bar with women would work to my advantage. The informant, unable to contain himself, clutched at his stomach as he guffawed, heedless of the people watching.
Oh, lordy. Akasaka-san, you really can judge people. That's what an education does for you.
Oishi-san? You've been drinking somewhere, haven't you?
Are you drunk? What's wrong with drinking when I'm off duty? Even if you're working, I'm not.
Oishi was the sort that'd fool around to begin with. Was in such a good mood I couldn't figure out a way to deal with him. Completely different than me, who had come worried about getting every bit of information I could. Oishi-san, after taking so much money, you were supposed to get me information worth at least as much. I thought this, but then realized I was getting my information from the informant, so it didn't matter how drunk Oishi was. It was nothing I could complain about, but I still felt slightly riled up. Oishi and the informant, it was no doubt a fake name, but he introduced himself as Sato, led the way deeper and deeper into the back streets of the market district. Even though the market was bustling a couple of turns off the main street and you were in a desolate alleyway, Oishi started climbing a set of stairs on the side of a seedy building. There wasn't any sort of signage, so I couldn't tell if the place was open, or if it was even a store at all.
Don't worry, this isn't a dubious place.
Those words coming from Oishi's mouth had absolutely no credibility. Beyond the door was, thankfully, a typical mahjong parlor. I was relieved that it wasn't the sort of suspicious place I had to be on my guard about. Welcome, welcome. Oh, Oishi-san, it's been a while. Want to join in? There'll be a free spot soon.
No, I'm here with a group today, so it's fine. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting.
Mahjong is a game played with 4 people. It seems that a middle-aged man who was going to be our 4th had already arrived and was waiting for us.
You're late, Corrado. I was just thinking of going home.
Oishi made an excuse for why we had taken so long. Eventually, realizing that I was a new face, the other man grew interested.
That's Akasaka-san. He's a rookie who came all the way from Tokyo on assignment. They have high hopes for him.
Boy, can you play mahjong? Well, I played a bit when I was a small student. When I was still a student. A small student, why did I say that? Sato and the old man cackled in unison. Their plot to sucker me out of my money was painfully obvious.
Thought you'd be a bit tired from your assignment, leaving you on edge all the time. So I thought I'd give you a night to cleanse your spirit.
I know asking this now might be stupid, but we're all police, aren't we?
Yeah. Well, let's not talk about that. Loosen up a bit. We won't actually gamble anything. We're just deciding who's gonna pay for everyone to go play at a very nice place afterward.
Go play? But what kind of place would you be doing that? Without reservation, the three of them started suggesting places like cabarets, high-class clubs, and even brothels. At the very least, they were the types of places that you couldn't go with money that was just for funsies. Oishi-san took all my money the other day, and I also have work to do, so I can't stay for long.
Then all you have to do is win. If you win, then you won't have to pay for this table, and you can talk to Corrado about work or whatever.
No matter what happened, it seemed like they were intent on playing mahjong for free. I would have to fasten my resolve a bit. If I was going to be underestimated like this forever, it was going to get in the way of my work.
I understand.
Then I'll play with you guys for just a bit. If I win, you guys don't get any of the money or get to go to any of those dirty places, and we talk about work right away.
Yeah! Yeah! Bring it on! If I win, then we're going straight to the Blue Mermaid on Flower Road. This old lech here likes that place too. Of course, we're going to hop between all the places where they keep the girls coming. Akemi-chan! What about you, Sato-san?
I prefer a place where we can drink quietly.
Like a nice, quiet place with a bunny girl? The last time we went out drinking, you pulled the tail right off that bunny girl, didn't you? Didn't you end up having to pay for that?
The owner started a bottle of Dom Perignon on my tab and called it a tailoring fee. What a lively table this was. I could tell the other customers were glaring at us while we loudly continued our crude conversation. Speaking of which, the fact that they assumed I was the same was a bit disheartening. Oishi had taken all the money I'd brought, so everything I had left was out of my own pocket. In addition, there wasn't that much left of that either. If I kept on hanging around him like this, through his goading, my wallet would disappear into the night. I had to somehow win and return the conversation to my job. But these people, no matter how you looked at it, were pretty good. Sorry, Yukie.
Well then, I'll just call Ricci here.
Well, the old man and Sato-san probably won't fall for this silly Ricci. I wonder if Akasaka-kun will spit out what I need. Oh wait, okay. I guess it's him.
I wonder if Akasaka-kun will spit out what I need. At any rate, Corrado's hand's probably holding something like that, huh?
I hate this tip. This isn't a tip. This is just the regular story.
In that case, this one ought to go through.
There. Oh ho!
This old man's pretty good. He's quietly trying to use one of my safe tiles to complete his hand, isn't he? It seems that Akasaka-kun has at least learned the ropes when it comes to guarding against someone's Ricci. That'll be his downfall.
See, I don't know who it's supposed to be, so I'm just reading it. Anyway.
What's wrong, boy? Would you hurry up and discard? If you're not sure, anything that Corrado's already thrown away should be safe, no?
Oh, Akasaka-kun's really fretting over this one. It was glaringly obvious that he had a safe tile to discard, but he didn't want to throw it away because it would move him farther from completing his hand. They're so nice when they're young and innocent. Come on, hurry up and throw out the kicker. If he gave me the winning tile, we'd head to an establishment where I could do all sorts of... Okay, I'm not gonna read that. If he gives the old man a winning tile, he'd be headed straight to a place with maids and bloomers. Yeah, you fucking suck.
Hate these guys! Hate these guys!
This will go through, right? He looked up as he hesitantly threw out a tile that was... Oh, too bad. Hey now, that's a dangerous tile, you know? Corrado, does that go through?
Yeah, it will.
It seems this time you were lucky.
Evie Curry, I don't think that line was from Akasaka. I think it was supposed to be from one of the other guys.
Seems this time you were lucky. But as long as the round kept going, I could still win off the draw.
Yeah, I guess the narration is from Oishi? I guess? Maybe? I don't know. It's kind of... the laugh makes me think that it's Oishi, but... I'm pretty sure this is Oishi's perspective, yeah.
But after that, Akasaka-kun managed to luckily avoid throwing any of the bad tiles, and somehow the round managed to end without anyone completing a hand. Tenpai. Tenpai. Noten. No 10, rather. Sato-san keenly anticipated that the two players were Enrichi and decided to play it safe. What a cool-headed way of playing. Now let's see, what kind of hand did Akasaka-kun have? When the round ends with nobody winning in Mahjong, anybody in Tenpai has to show their hand. But if you're not in Tenpai, you have no obligation to reveal it. Your average beginner would normally show their hand even if they weren't in Tenpai and start a commotion about how this tile or that tile came, they would be in Tenpai. But he didn't. Being stingy? How'd you do, boy? Come on and show me! Sato-san reached over to flip the hand that Akasaka-kun had casually placed face down. What the hell is this? He was nowhere near Tenpai. Was Akasaka-kun totally bad at this after all? Right then, as the old man compared the tile from Akasaka-kun's hand to the discard pool, a puzzled expression crossed his face. Boy, you were in Tenpai right around here, weren't you? Why'd you break your hand? The higher Manzu tiles suddenly got more valuable, so I held them back.
Arhabaki gave me the $2. Common knowledge in the world of Mahjong.
Even though the chance that they were safe tiles had increased with respect to Oishi-san's Richi. It would have been safer to read the discards, but there was a player who went out of their way to keep the tiles out of play. Oh? So Kuraudo's Tenpai was no good from the start, in other words. If it wasn't such a high-level trap, I would have thought that you were waiting for me to throw out the winning tile. But the more concerning thing is that you were in Tenpai and didn't say anything.
Did you realize I was in Tenpai?
Around here? You threw out 4 tiles in a row immediately. At first I thought you were just discarding redundant tiles, but I noticed you glancing over at me and realized you were waiting for something.
Akasaka-kun, you... Akasaka-san, when did you first start playing Mahjong?
I never did, except in high school and university. And now let's continue. Since Sato-san wasn't in Tenpai and the round ended without a winner, then I'm next, right? The next dealer.
It seems like Akasaka-kun really is aware of how the game flows. We thought that we were just gonna eat him alive, but it looks like it isn't gonna be easy.
Oishi-san, looks like you're going for the bamboo tiles. Should I put in some in play?
This boy. Kuraudo, don't back down. As long as I get 3 more good tiles. Sato-san, think you can do it?
Damn it. I'll just force you to go for a cheap Tanyo. Chi! Straight? Well, sorry. I'm going to pawn that tile. Whoa now.
Going to call 3 of a kind after he declared it straight? Trying to override and interfere? Boy, you're getting pretty used to this.
Oh no. I couldn't even compare to you guys who've been playing since before I was even born. That's game. Ron. Triplets. 2 red Dora and 3 more Dora. I'm the dealer, so this will cost you quite a bit.
Yeah. Akasaka-san, nice job. Now we'll have to get serious, won't we?
Well, can you get serious about handing over your points? I'm tired, so let's end this quickly.
Akasaka-kun, this is somehow unreal.
Before I could realize it, there was an ominous cold air emitting from beneath Akasaka... Oh, wait, right. Oishi.
Before I could realize that there was an ominous cold air emitting from beneath Akasaka-kun's feet.
How blasé. The 2, 5, and 8 Manzus are laughing at you.
Damn it! Boy, you... Kuraudo, finish it! You have to end this boy's turn as dealer! I hate to admit it, but that seems like the best option. There it is! Ron! Simple straights, 1 Dora!
Sorry, head bump. Ron. Straight.
A head bump? You damn brat!
Brat? So, you'd play that sloppily against a brat? Guess that means you're worse than a brat yourself. It's so interesting. The way you guys call people things like brat and boy.
Akasaka-kun. It is you, isn't it? Feels like you're a totally different person.
You thought that I, being a sucker, would let you drink some good booze tonight. Seems that you were a little off the mark. Roan. Triple straight, red Dora and another Dora.
Whoa! He actually did it!
That's why I'm saying that you guys are slacking. No matter how you look at it, you've been able to read such an obvious 3-way weight.
Akasaka-kun chuckled as he rested his chin in his hands. That pose was so fitting it was almost scary. Hey, Corrado! This isn't what we discussed. Who the hell said he was a naive sucker right for the picking? Who could it be? Oishi-san, this is bad. If he keeps going like this, we're seriously gonna lose. Akasaka-kun, for you to make me get serious. Looks like you really want to be milked dry. Pon. Pon. That sounds nice. One more time. Pon. Akasaka-kun was almost singing at this point. The tiles he had open were all pin tiles. You can't be serious. Are you really going for the flush? Pon. Boy, are you alright in the head? You've opened 4 sets. You only have 1 tile left, you know. That's right. Did you know? Waiting on a single tile's the hardest thing to read. Are you an idiot? With that much of your hand revealed, you don't think we'd give you a tile you need, do you? I know what you're doing, Akasaka-san. That's not a flush or a half flush, is it? The fact that you called pawn 4 times means you're already in a position for an all-triplet hand. Right now you're far and away in the lead. You're trying to show a flush and goad us into giving you triplets, aren't you? If that's what you think. Want to try throwing out some pins? The left 5 tiles in your hand, Oishi-san. They're pin tiles you're reluctant to throw away, aren't they? Why don't you try discarding them in order from the left? You must be joking. Is he a Mahjong god? If not, he had to be the main character of a manga or something. At that moment, the old man sent me a sign under the table. The message was simple and clear. Corrado, do it. Crush him. I don't like to cheat against kids like this. Idiot! After being disrespected like this, we can't pull back now. Well, I'm not responsible for what happens, you know. Go ahead. Here we go, boy. Reaching! We'll go open. I'm waiting for a 1-4, 7 of pins. Most likely, the tile that Akasaka-kun was waiting for was one of those tiles. With this, Akasaka-kun was no longer capable of winning the hand. When I drew from the wall, I switched out the tile that Akasaka-kun would draw. This tile that I put in was the one pin, one of the tiles that the old man was waiting on. Akasaka-kun discarded it a little while ago, so there was no threat of it being the one he needed. Come on, it's your turn, boy. I knew he was troubled by the tile he drew with that 1 pin. Of course, he couldn't discard it. Boy, you must be aware, but if you discard it to an open Ricci, it's worth the limit, you know. You don't have to tell me that. The tile that came from Akasaka-kun's hands was an honor tile. Phew! Ain't that something? There's only 1 north wind tile left, isn't there? You were counting on a really rough wait, weren't you? But with this, Akasaka-kun's fate was decided. Brat, you're lucky you're safe, but your hand only has a single tile. You think you'll be able to run away with the rest of this round? So it's going to be like that. Akasaka-kun glared at the old man with a discerning eye. This guy had a pretty good instinct. Did he figure out we were cheating? Let's stop this. Akasaka-kun's a step or 2 ahead of us. Fool, you think we can stop after we've come this far? Next, make him draw it! The next tile Akasaka-kun would draw was the 7 pin. With that, it would be settled. No matter which one he discarded, he'd play right into the old man's hand. An unavoidable full payout. When I drew my tile, I sneakily swapped Akasaka-san's. What? Akasaka-kun suddenly sneezed, collapsing the wall of tiles in front of him. Hey, what are you doing? Sorry, I accidentally knocked over the wall when I sneezed. There's a penalty for that, right? I'm the dealer, so 4,000 to everybody? Or should I pay a deposit? Unable to hold back, I guffawed. Akasaka-kun, knowing he was going to be cornered there a second time and unable to escape, he took the drastic measure of knocking over his own wall. You're good, boy, to get away from a full payout like that. Oishi-san, could you not bother putting me in such an obvious trap? If we were at Baba, this would have been the point where I flipped the table. Oh, no. Sorry. I underestimated you. For some reason, you're really good, aren't you? Answer me honestly. You got a lot of experience when you were younger, didn't you?
I played quite a bit around Waseda and Takadano Baba, yeah. Okay. The place I frequented banned me for winning too much. I made the woman who would become my wife pretty angry, so I washed my hands of it all. Raised the stakes too high? How much were you playing for at the time? Depends on who I was playing with, but I had an almost perfect record playing in Kabukicho. Especially since I played against a certain crowd, my life was on the line. 20 times? What kind of stakes were those? Did you have Yakuza at your table? Or pro baseball players? What's this? Corrado, you buffoon? Where'd you pull this guy from? He's practically a professional. I give up. Jeez. Boy, it's your win. I surrender. Thank you very much. It's an honor. Oh my. Akasaka-san, your personality really changes when you play. Why do you even have a day job? You'd have no problem living as a freelancer. To be a pro mahjong player, you need both talent and luck. I didn't have anything like that supporting me. Luck is luck. With somebody of your skill, I think you'd be able to make it pretty far. Normal luck doesn't cut it. Calling a con and one time out of 3, you can aim to win on the extra draw with 4 Dora. That kind of luck. Akasaka-kun. If you can judge something like that, you're already bordering on the supernatural. No, there's plenty of people who can do that without cheating or superpowers. There was a person I met in Shinjuku who would get Doras every time you blinked. He was as strong as a demon. There was a pro I played with in Yokohama who would draw the tile he needed immediately after calling Ricci. It was like it was an everyday thing. I don't have that kind of luck. What type of folks were those? They weren't named Ryu or Satoshi by any chance. Well then, is it alright if I'm declared the overall winner then? Yeah. We totally lost. I lost. It's been a while since I lost this big. Still, when you were playing, boy, you were pretty into it. It was kind of scary. I hear that a lot. I don't mean to change gears like that, though. Did I really look that scary? Yep. The 3 of us nodded emphatically in agreement. So that was Akasaka-kun, the mahjong prodigy. Before he goes home from his assignment, maybe I could have him go play at a high-stakes table in my place. But it's not good to get greedy. Well then, nothing for it. It was a promise. We'll break up our little late-night study group right now. Sorry about this, old man. That's it for tonight. Nothing you can do. I'm going home to sleep. My body won't last like this. Problems at work? No, he's the foreman of the primary construction site of the Hinamizawa Dam. He's butting heads with the residents every day. It's a rough business. Around next year, I might be in charge of the second site as well. Heard the Kuroda-san was pissing blood. He won't hold out much longer. You'll be alright, old man. Your skull is thicker than it looks. Not exactly a saint, you know. There's times that just make my blood boil. I especially can't stand dealing with that bratty daughter of Sonozaki's. I think one of these days I'm gonna rearrange her face. No. At least the pay's good, right? Heard the wages were pretty exorbitant. Of course they are. If the pay was cheap, nobody would hang around that god-awful job. Hey, Corrado, exactly when are the police gonna tell the villagers to shove off? There'll be a notice of eviction from the government, right? Maybe. I wonder what'll happen. The old man who identified himself as the foreman...
Oh, wait. Maybe we're back to Akasaka POV narration, maybe? I don't know. The old man who identified himself as the foreman of the Hinamizawa Dam spewed a few complaints until he felt better about it, then left quietly.
Well then, let's go. I'll leave the rest to Sato-san.
Oishi-san, are you going home?
If I'm here, I'll just be in the way, won't I? Besides, the one who bought Sato-san's services was you. I didn't pay for my share.
Oishi-san was kind of sketchy, but he was strangely conscientious about some things. I felt quite a bit of gap between myself and Oishi's generation from that part of him I didn't comprehend.
Then, boy. No, I can't call Mr. Mahjong here boy no more. Is Akasaka-kun all right with you? Yes. Then, Akasaka-kun, shall we go? Well then, Akasaka-san, later. If you're having any trouble, you can count on me anytime.
I don't have any more money to pay you know that?
Okay, if you go easy on me next time, we'll be even.
Oishi, seemingly still not having had his fill of playing around, but without overstaying his welcome, disappeared into the night. So the very first victim of the curse merges was Oishi's mahjong buddy, so that's quite the motive for everything Oishi does going forward. Yep, Rahela, you're definitely right about that. It definitely lets us know a little bit more about why he's so hell-bent on it. But, you know, I think that guy sucks, so... The informant named Sato-san had me get into his car before he set off. He favored narrow roads and made numerous short left turns. Checking if we're being followed? Yeah, you know a lot about this. Checking to see if you were being tailed by making left turns was a rather classic technique. If it was just a single pursuer, you could confirm it that way. But if you were being tailed as a team, this archaic method wouldn't let you shake them. Of course, doing it anyway was better than not. I didn't hear anything from the boss as to who you are, Akasaka-kun. Related to the police? If you're familiar with checking for being tailed, the only other possibility I can think of is something like a private detective. And if it's not something I have to say, I'd like to refuse to answer that question. My. Ever since we played mahjong, you seem a lot more mature. I wonder where the hesitant person went from when we first met. I smiled wryly. Looking back now, I had to be a little grateful for being made to play mahjong. Thanks to that, I was able to relieve some tension. Eventually, Sato-san, confirming that there were no cars following us, slipped outside the city. We were on a pitch-black country road, unable to see anything besides the lights outside. The only thing I was able to hear were the hum of the car's air conditioning and the chirping of insects and frogs. Heard from the boss that you want to hear a bit about Hinamizawa Village, yeah? Like about the old houses known as the three families who control the place, or that right now it's pretty much the Sonozaki family running things? If you know that much already, I'll cut out the introductions. Then if you would, could you confirm or deny if the Onigafuji Guardians is involved with the kidnapping of Minister Inukai's grandson? Sato-san checked the rearview mirror one more time to confirm there wasn't anybody behind us before speaking. Last night, the Sonozaki main house held a family council. Did you hear about it from the boss? No. If it was a normal meeting, then it would just be all the relatives coming together over a nice cup of tea or something. But a family council held by the main house isn't quite so relaxed. A family council held by the Sonozaki main house. That would be a meeting between those who truly controlled Hinamizawa Village. They wouldn't be talking about private family matters. It would be about the village as a whole. About organizing activities against the dam project. Among other things, everything would be decided there. In reality, they were deciding the fate of the village. At the head of the meeting was Oryo Sonozaki, more or less called Empress Sonozaki. As the ultimate decision-maker of the clan, she was to be feared and respected. Infirm with old age, she was often unable to stand on her own, but her words carried enough weight to sway the fate of the village. It seemed that lately she had grown weak, and on days when she wasn't feeling well, remained bedridden. Family councils that occurred while she wasn't feeling well took place with her on the floor. In the middle of a dignified Japanese-style room, still in a futon, only the upper half of her body sitting upright, a stern look on her face. That was Oryo Sonozaki. Sitting next to her was the heir, Mion Sonozaki. She was still young. No, young wasn't quite the right word. She was a girl who remained childish. Her role was to merely sit beside Oryo Sonozaki, sometimes responding to her requests. However, she was the only one deemed worthy to succeed Oryo. She had the same hawkish eyes, enough to give pause to anybody who so much as looked at them. Much was expected of her in the future, this granddaughter of the Sonozaki's leader. And also on either side of her sat several other important members of the remaining three families, the Kimiyoshi family and the Furude family. First on the list for the Kimiyoshi family was of course the mayor of Hinamizawa Village, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi, and lined up beside him were several more of his direct relatives. Opposite to them sat the other of the three families, the Furude family. The Furude family was only comprised of the family of a Shinto priest, so the only one sitting there was said priest, his wife, and their daughter Rika. Rika was doted on by many of the older folks in the village, and it seemed that Oryo was no exception. While the stress from just attending a family council was said to be enough to shorten your lifespan by 3 days, it seemed like Rika was the only one exempt from that. No matter how charged the atmosphere was around her, she paid it no mind, instead humming along as she doodled in a sketchbook. In fact, the night before, lying on her stomach while humming and doodling, she nonchalantly tucked her legs into Oryo's futon like it was a kotatsu. All this was the three families. And all around the room, lined row upon row, were relatives of the Sonozaki family.
The only ones who were afforded cushions to sit on were distinct relatives. Direct relatives. I don't know why I said distinct. The others were left to sit in the seiza position directly on the tatami mats. With Empress Sonozaki enshrined at their center, they were almost like a giant snake coiled around the room. It was decided that everybody would sit in order of their rank. The number of people from the Sonozaki family was overwhelming. The fact that the Sonozaki family held so many seats at a meeting where everything pertaining to the village was decided made determining where the balance of power was held in the three families as clear as day. The number of members in attendance from each of the families directly reflected how much influence they had in ruling Hinamizawa.
What was talked about at that meeting?
Sato-san, after remaining silent for a while, quietly began to speak.
Wasn't our monetary gift of appreciation to the media a little large?
Breaking the long moment of silence was the head of the Kimiyoshi family, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. The Onigafuchi Guardians wasn't a business. They were nothing more than a private organization pushing for the cancellation of the Hinamizawa Dam project with no reliable source of income. Fundraising had always been a problem. When they first started operating, they had managed to collect a sizable amount of funds through donations, but as the conflict dragged on, that amount was steadily declining.
This isn't an era where you can get what you want just by throwing rocks. It's very important you don't underestimate the power of the media. We want to borrow some of that down the road.
The expressions of the people related to the Sonozaki family were sullen. As the one who suggested that they should borrow that power was the family head, Orio Sonozaki. The battle wasn't just about a force of arms. In this civilized age, there were civilized methods of fighting. Orio suggested that creating a strategy incorporating the mass media. Orio's foresight was spot on, and the effects of that plan, while at first unclear, slowly began to manifest. If the physical confrontation at the construction site was meant to delay progress on the dam by even one day, then the propaganda war using the media was aimed at attacking the dam project itself. At first, there were those who had their doubts about that strategy, but there was nobody now who called those results into question. But in order to maintain those media ties, a colossal amount of money was required. As long as the amount of funds they had was abundant, things would turn out fine. It couldn't be argued that it was a massive expense, but the results spoke for themselves. But with the conflict continuing to drag on, the circumstances had changed. The head of the Sonozaki family, no, the one who sat at the pinnacle of the Hinamizawa's three families, Orio, had suggested the idea herself, so it was already untouchable and continued to be allowed to drain from the budget. Nobody acknowledged that it should be so allowed, but nobody could say anything. That was the price of dealing with the mass media.
What do you think, Orio-san?
The only person who could object to a plan proposed by the head of the Sonozaki household herself was probably Mayor Kimiyoshi. Orio, with a hard-to-define expression on her face, as if she had severed herself from the fetters of mortal emotion, simply listened quietly to Kimiyoshi's words. But really, it was hard to tell if she was quietly listening, or didn't even have the intention of listening at all.
Last year, we went through a lot of trouble getting people to wrap their heads around the price hike on the bulletins we were putting out. We convinced them that it was just a one-time. It just wouldn't do if we had another one this year. Right, Furude-san?
The mayor looked to the priest and his wife from the Furude family for affirmation. The priest gave a vague expression, avoiding a prompt response, but his wife gave her answer without a second thought.
That's right. The cost of the bulletins are a particularly harsh burden for the poorer families. Everybody is dealing with it for the sake of the village, but it's best that we don't increase the prices anymore.
The bulletin was, as its name implied, a bulletin published by the Onigafuchi Guardians. It outlined the Alliance's activities, ideals, and resolve, but you couldn't deny the contents were rather piecemeal. That bulletin's main goal wasn't to inform people, but rather was something to sell to businesses and people living in the village or connected to it, and using those sales to collect funds. In other words, it had become something of a tax. Of course, it didn't have to be said that this was one of the main sources of income for the Onigafuchi Guardians. Originally, purchases were supposed to be voluntary, but in Hinamizawa it had silently become the opposite. In the neighboring towns as well, it seemed that many businesses were buying copies just to avoid butting heads with the Alliance. The priest whispered to his wife to not say anything unnecessary, but was struck down decidedly with a cold glare. Cowering from that glare, the priest shut his mouth. The priest's wife always held the power in their relationship. That was because she was the one who carried the Furude bloodline. The priest merely married into the family. He was nothing more than somebody who had adopted the name just to join the three families. He should have been able to find a spot fairly high up in the hierarchy of things, but the lack of authority in his voice meant that he still had not gained any favor. Casting a backwards glance at her rather disparate parents, Rika continued to doodle whimsically without paying them any mind. Signaled by a look from Audio, Mion brought her ear closer to her grandmother. There, something was said to her in a quiet voice. After responding with a couple questions, with a nod from Audio, Mion looked around the room and conveyed her grandmother's words.
There will be no freeze in the price increase for the bulletin.
Kimiyoshi made a face just like he had bit into something unpleasant, but that expression quickly disappeared like it had never happened at all.
But Mion-chan, I think you already know this, but the cost of the bulletin is by no means easily affordable. It's a burden carried by everybody in Hinamizawa. If we make people carry too much of that burden, it's possible we'll collapse from the inside.
And who on the inside would start that collapse?
Who? I didn't mean it like that.
I'm asking you who would be the first to buckle.
Being cross-examined by a girl who still had fragments of her childishness remaining within her, the words stuck into Kimiyoshi's throat as he sunk into silence. Mion repeated her question once more, looking around the crowded room. Everybody refrained from making eye contact to avoid being pierced by her gaze. The words she had spoken were unarguably said in proxy for Oryo. That's why when Mion spoke them, they carried the same weight. But the look in her eyes was different. Like Oryo's, they had a hawkish gaze, strong enough that anybody looking upon them would freeze in their tracks and yield. But that gaze was without a question one that belonged to Mion herself. As Mion would eventually inherit everything from Oryo, the day when she would stand up as a young and capable leader in her own right would come. Nobody wanted to believe otherwise for even a minute. That's why nobody even thought of Mion as just some sort of little kid.
Kimiyoshi-san, nobody will lose their resolve over something like a price hike on the bulletin.
Kimiyoshi, while grumbling a little bit, made a gesture as if to say he had no objection.
The expenses related to the mass media will continue. If those expenses become too much, we'll have no choice but to continue the price hikes.
Mion had rendered her judgment. Everybody bowed their heads, silently listening to her words.
In the name of Mion Sonozaki, as acting head of the Sonozaki family, I hereby declare that this shall be effective immediately. There shall be no objections, and any opposition shall be removed by force.
The formal decree was read aloud, indicating her judgment. There would be no retrial, but there was a certain authority behind those words that even a courthouse couldn't compare to. If she was a judge, she would have banged her gavel, signaling that the matter was settled. Mion pulled out a large bell from inside her clothes and rang it. Everybody present could only prostrate themselves before the harsh sound of the bell.
Well, that's a rather old-fashioned family council, isn't it? A young guy like you would probably find it hard to believe. In an antiquated place like this, these types of things have firm roots.
It was exactly as Oishi had said. The old system of the three families had vanished, and now the Sonozaki family was running things by themselves. On top of that, their rule was borderline despotic. Was that the end of the meeting?
No, there's more. I'll continue.
Eventually, after the ringing of the bell ceased, there was a deafening silence. Within all of that, a lone man shuffled closer to Mion and whispered something in her ear. Mion asked several questions quietly in response. When she was satisfied, she motioned for the man to leave. The man who talked to Mion was a member of a gang that her father was the leader of. That organization had the entire area of Shishibone City under its control, so it was quite well known even here. Of course, this was talking about the criminal underworld, so it's not like anybody would know. Just anybody would know. But just showing a patch with the gang symbol on it was enough to resolve any disputes in the neighborhood. Mion's biological father, Oryo, was her daughter's husband. The power of that man's gang was the driving force that controlled the dark underbelly of the Onigafuchi Guardians. And so that man, from his position as the next in line to control the three families, continued to coerce everybody around him with his unconventional presence. Mion exchanged a look with her father. Was it okay for her to tell what she had just heard directly to Oryo? It looked like she was asking him that question. Her father gently but firmly nodded in his response. Mion also nodded, then sidled up to Oryo and informed her of something. Eventually, Mion finished conveying her message, separated herself from Oryo, and fixed her posture, waiting for Oryo to signal her response. It wasn't often that Oryo showed any emotion. That's why, when she started to laugh quietly, a vague sense of uneasiness crept over everybody in the room.
That's quite the conundrum, isn't it?
Oryo was laughing, so happily that Kimiyoshi had to hesitantly ask.
What is it, Oryo-san? If this land is like a mother to us,
Then this business with the dam is like somebody threatening our mother's life, isn't it? Kimiyoshi, unable to comprehend the meaning of her words, looked confused. Oreo, with a wide grin on her face, turned toward everybody and addressed them in a clarion voice. The minister behind the dam project is apparently rattled over the kidnapping of his grandson. That makes us even. That's absurd! Information on the kidnapping of Minister Inukai's grandson shouldn't have leaked from anywhere. How did they know? Even we didn't know much about the kidnapping incident. Exactly how did an antiquated household so far away from Tokyo come to know of it? It was a tranquil place, but I couldn't help but have an uneasy feeling about Hinamizawa Village. At some point, I had mentally filed this place away as unrelated to the incident at hand. That mental paperwork had just blown away in the wind. How did the Onigafuchi Guardians know about that? Sato-san, unable to come up with an answer, fell into silence. I'm sorry. Please continue. Sure. The Minister of Construction's grandson was kidnapped? Oryo-san, is that true? That major of an incident was nowhere to be seen in the newspapers or on TV, but in Hinamizawa there was nothing strange about Oryo knowing something that the rest of the world didn't. Our pain is the pain of losing a mother. I don't think it completely makes up for it, but the pain of losing a grandchild. You'll have to bear with that for a bit. Don't you think? The last question wasn't addressed to anybody in particular. It was as if she was looking for a consensus. Still, land and a human child are different things. I don't mind hiding him here, but I want no harm to befall him. The child isn't to blame. Make sure to keep that in mind. That means that the Onigafuchi Guardians were involved in the kidnapping? I can't say for certain. Why? Even though their leader, Oryo, was clearly giving orders on the treatment of the kidnapped child? Lad, you see, this is what the Sonozaki family always does. Always does? What do you mean by that? Let's say there was a particular problem, one that wasn't exactly favorable for the Sonozaki family. If Oryo shows concern over that particular problem, hearing that somebody who attended the family council would be helpful. As a result, Oryo's wish would be granted. However, neither Oryo or anybody else would know who actually did it. With this kind of clever little ploy, the Sonozaki family was able to manipulate events even though they had their hands laid out on the table. Then, that means that somebody who was at the family council was the culprit? Or there's the possibility there was never a culprit in the first place. Oryo herself, in that room full of people, didn't explicitly say that somebody pulled off the kidnapping. She was just giving her opinion. It was an odd and unpleasantly secretive way of doing things. Were they involved, or weren't they? I couldn't see beyond the veil. This much, however, I could say with certainty. This kidnapping was an ironclad secret. No matter how high a position somebody was in, even they wouldn't know about it. If there was somebody who would know about it, they would be connected to public safety. In other words, one of us. The only other options were people connected to the case itself. Including the minister, there would be people affected by the incident. Or the people that committed it. In any case, there was no way an old household in a place removed from Tokyo by over 6 hours of highway travel should know about it. Them knowing it all was already strange. My suspicions began to accumulate, like falling snow. That's as much as Oryo-san said. Oryo said in regards to the kidnapping. Hopefully what you wanted to find out was in there. After this, it's up to you. Well, I don't know what kind of work you're doing, but if you're going up against the Sonozaki family, you'd best prepare yourself. Oishi might be fearless, but even he's been attacked 2 or 3 times. He hasn't been wearing it lately, but at one point he was wearing a stab-proof vest while off duty. Oh? Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. You speak pretty well. Are you from Tokyo by any chance? What's your point? Investigators were always close to danger. It was best not to divulge any information on myself. Your job. Could you possibly be somebody from the Metropolitan Public Safety Division? I couldn't remain silent here. It would be the same thing as admitting it. Huh? No way! This wasn't accounted for in the money I got from the boss. But as somebody who played at the same table today, I'll give you this one as a freebie. After Oryo talked about the kidnapping, There was one other topic that came up.
Another topic that Audio brought up. And right before he told me this, Sato-san asked if I was from the Metropolitan Public Safety Division. In other words, what those two things meant caused a chill to run up my spine.
So you see, that in order to investigate the kidnapping of the minister's grandson, there's word that there will be an investigator from the public safety dispatched all the way from Tokyo.
An investigator from public safety?
They can't be reckless and make a big deal over the kidnapping, so it seems the Metropolitan Public Safety Division is investigating this on their own. Ain't that grand? What is it?
Rika, who had been drawing the entire time and was completely uninterested in the conversation up until now, looked at Audio with an interested face as soon as the topic of public safety came up.
Did the Metropolitan Police come?
Oh, so Rika-chama knows about the Metropolitan Police Department? That's very admirable.
Who came?
Is there anybody that knows what kind of guy from public safety came here?
Mion's father raised his hand slightly.
I hear that it's a nice young piece of fresh meat.
Fresh meat? Is it nice and tender?
Yeah, it is. Fresh meat.
Mion's father smiled wryly as he answered Rika's question.
Tender and tasty?
Yeah.
Tender and tasty?
Rika smiled with interest. Why did Rika suddenly act interested only when it came to this topic? That was a question that apparently nobody had the answer to.
Does Rika-chama know something about this man?
I don't know.
After her rather flat reply, Rika buried herself underneath Orio's futon again. But when she buried herself there, Rika no longer started drawing again. Instead, she was making an expression like she was deep in contemplation.
What shall we do about him, Mother?
Mion's father posed the question. He had this type of uncouth expression on his face, indicating that given the order, he could snuff the problem out at any time.
He came all the way to Hinamizawa. Let him take it easy for a little while.
So you're saying to just let him go around as he pleases?
Mion's father asked in response. Orio smiled thinly as she responded.
Leave him alone. But if he starts causing too much mischief when that happens, don't hold back. I don't enjoy being taken lightly. Is what they talked about, apparently. It couldn't be that you're that fresh meat from the Metropolitan Police, are you?
It couldn't be. The sensation of cold, bristling fear began to crawl its way up my back. This family council took place last night. In other words, yesterday. Then today, when I was dressed up as a tourist headed towards Hinamizawa, my cover was already blown. When I remembered the first person I met when I got to the bus stop, I couldn't breathe. The person at the family council who expressed interest in the man being dispatched from the Metropolitan Police, Rika Furude. And then the person who was waiting for me the whole time in the bus shelter, Rika Furude. It was an unthinkable image. No, it was a delusion. When we met at that bus shelter, did Rika-chan already know my true identity? Did she know that I was Akasaka, dispatched from the Metropolitan Police Department and come to meet me? Then, including Mayor Kimiyoshi, every villager that I met, everybody knew but just pretended not to? Because Oreo had given instructions not to interfere? Thinking about it logically, it didn't seem possible. I met quite a number of people. If there's people that are that good at acting, then there's people who are bad at hiding things. If there was that many people, there should have been somebody among them who knew that I was from public safety and couldn't hide their hostility. However, I didn't feel any presence like that. But then, even still, why did Oreo tell them to leave me alone? Was it because if they were careless about it, it would only raise more suspicion? Or was it because they believed a rookie like me wouldn't be able to find anything? Akasaka is a coward. I recalled that strange voice which could only make me believe that Rika-chan had been possessed. That unknown entity, no matter how you looked at it, knew my true identity from the get-go. And then, how did it warn me again? That's right. It warned me to hurry up and go back to Tokyo. Instead of the realistic worry that the Onigafuchi Guardians had discovered my identity, the absurd worry brought on by the unknown girl struck me with more. What exactly was that girl? What was the thing I would eventually regret? That mysterious girl? Rika Furude. Let's stop this. Everything I was thinking of right now was merely conjecture. Tomorrow, first thing in the morning, I'll report everything I heard right now to HQ and await further orders. There was no mistaking the possibility the Onigafuji Guardians were related to this case was there. And that the fact that my cover was blown meant I was in a precarious position. But as everybody at HQ was already extremely busy, they might not be able to spare the support.
Is that everything? If you want, I can drop you off wherever you'd like.
Sorry. In that case, the station where we originally met, please. A rural road where even a streetlight was rare. I couldn't see anything. I wasn't aware of anything but the asphalt that was lit up by the headlights. Outside of that light, was it simply darkness? Or was there something lurking there waiting to strike? I had to think I drew the short straw here. I wanted to go back to Tokyo. For some reason, the voice of the girl warning me to go back to Tokyo still lingered in my head.
Yeah, I don't know, Akasaka. I reckon maybe that would be a good idea for you.
Alright, the investigation runs aground.
Yeah, yesterday when we met when we met at the restaurant in Ginza, the topic popped up. That's overstepping their boundaries, isn't it? They're meddling too much with public safety. If they keep doing that, they're gonna set a bad precedent. Seems the Minister Inukai is openly uncomfortable about the way public safety is doing things. The Vice Minister's probably going to say something to that effect during Monday's debate session. But what can you do? We can only have the Director address the Vice Minister. That's why we pay him the big bucks. Well, if it comes to that, they're just going to ask for proof that the Minister's being threatened. Sometimes I don't know what side he's on. If he's not on ours, then what? Well, he's probably getting some pressure from the Minister. He'll probably just have to proceed with the investigation while he sweats it out in the Vice Minister's office and buys us some time.
He might get so wrung out to dry that all that'll be left are dregs, though.
So, how's the investigation going? All the juicy leads I was pinning my hopes on turned out to be duds. Honestly, I'm at a loss. There are reports that the Hinamizawa Dam project's been showing up a lot lately in the Minister's press releases, so what about that? Well, you say showing up, but it's really more of a very slight feeling that something's strange. He just happened to mention it during his speech at the XX Prefectural Forum, so it might have been something that he was mentioning because it was relevant at the time. If I remember correctly, a local organization there was protesting quite violently, no? The Onigafuji Guardians. I think Akasaka-kun was investigating that. And I think those guys could possibly be behind what's happening now. Even if we can't say there's anything overtly suspicious about them, it might not be prudent to remove them from the picture. Akasaka-kun reported in passing that he couldn't deny that possibility. Then, isn't there merit in investigating them? We're going through everything with a fine-toothed comb, so if they're one of the suspicious groups that are left, we'll eventually have to. Well, they're not the only group we should investigate, right? We're just talking about groups that are suspicious at Onigafuji. There's quite a few of them. We don't have the men, the time, or the money for it all. I'll try asking for more details from Akasaka-kun. I feel like we should pay some extra attention to these guardians. He's reported that he's established a rapport with the villagers. It also seems that he's collaborating with the local police. And keep your contact with Akasaka-kun on the down low. Also, if there's anything in his info that merits investigation, it's possible we can send reinforcements. Got it. Sorry, Chief Kataoka. There's a phone call from the director. Should I transfer it over here? No, it's okay. I'll head over there. Yes? Hello?
What's in the box? Do you believe that there are choices in life? There are many people who lament the following. If there only existed points in life where there were clear choices to make, we'd be able to scrutinize those carefully and make decisions that would lead us to a better future. Every time I hear people lament as much, I cast it off as a rather trivial worry. Even if you were given a clear choice, it wouldn't be meaningful at all, and there wouldn't be such a path to a better future. Is this hard to understand? Then let's pretend that in front of you there are two strange boxes. In other words, you have two clear choices. Do you open the red box or the blue box? A lot of things would be uncertain, even with that choice, wouldn't they? If you don't have the option of opening neither, then your choice boils down to the natural impulse of opening the box that holds the better result for you. Then, after examining the shape and features of each, and pondering a great many things, you have to pick up either the red or the blue. If this was you, which box would you open? Red or blue? If you were to go by their traditional meanings, then red would be a dangerous, threatening color. However, that doesn't automatically mean that it would be calm and relaxing inside the blue box either. In fact, it might even be that the colors are a trap, make you wary of the red box and have you open the blue. A trap. Could it be that the contents of the box aren't a reward, but rather a penalty? See, now you're at a loss. You're so conflicted over the choice between red and blue that you've started wishing there was an option to open neither and just leave. But there isn't. You have to open either the red box or the blue box. Oh, I forgot to say this, but if you choose one box, the other will disappear. So you'll never know the contents of the box you didn't open. I'll just put that rule at the end there for you. Now, why don't you choose the red box or the blue box? It's alright. You won't lose anything by picking either one. Come on now. Chat? What do you think? Go ahead. Don't be shy. Tell me. What do you think? First answer I saw was red, so we're going with red. Have you thought about it? In the end, you chose this color, didn't you? As soon as you chose, the other box disappeared. So you can give up on the contents of that one, okay? That's the rule. Now open up the box you chose. Inside the box there was a piece of caramel. I know you're a little disappointed. Well, that's only natural. No matter how you look at it, it looks like you drew the dud. The correct box might have had a bar and chocolate in it for all you know. No. In fact, something incredible like a pair of tickets to Hawaii might have been in there. But even if you wanted to verify that, the other box had already disappeared. There's no way you can check now. But if you think about it from an optimistic point of view, just maybe, the other box was empty, and this box was the winner. And being satisfied, or perhaps not, with such a cheap prize, you pop it into your mouth and start chewing it happily. So, what do you think in the end? If you were given a second chance, would you try to open the other box? But unfortunately, the chance to choose between the red box or the blue box has come and gone, never to be seen again. The chance to change your selection will never come. Don't your parents often say, every choice you make in life only happens once, so choose carefully? JunePop45 with the $5. Piece of caramel, let's go! See, choices aren't that great after all. Aren't you a little disillusioned now? Gee. I wonder what would happen if we did that tip again. Let's go ahead and open the blue box. Have you thought about it? In the end, you chose this color, didn't you? As soon as you chose, the other box disappeared. So you can give up on the contents of that one, okay? That's the rule. Now open up the box you chose. Inside the box there was a stick of chewing gum. Right now you're thinking, that's it? That's right, the contents of the red box and blue box were a piece of caramel and a stick of chewing gum. You might have thought you made the wrong choice before, but now seeing them together like this, you can't really say that either choice was the wrong one. Well, I guess everybody has their personal preferences. If you prefer caramel to gum, for example, you're definitely thinking of choosing to open the box again based on that preference. The clear choices you wanted were basically this: the selfish desire to open up both boxes and compare the contents, then pick the one that most suited you. But you see, reality is the same as this game. If you pick one, the one you didn't choose disappears, so there's no way you could check the result. If at that time you had done this, or perhaps if you had done that, then it wouldn't be hard to imagine that you could be happier, or perhaps less happy, than you are right now. In the end, you only have the pleasure of approving of or being disappointed by the choice you did make. But that's fine. After all, didn't you enjoy the thrill of making the choice? June Pop with the $5. Piece of chewing gum, let's... Oh shit, they know about safe scumming. If, like now, you knew the contents of both boxes, then the choice between the red box or the blue box would just be a waste of time.
because instead of this boring game about boxes, you could be looking at the quickly changing evening summer sky, listening for the distant sound of thunder, and pondering if it's going to rain or not. That would be much more fun. Interesting.
Yes. So the wake will be from 6 p.m. tomorrow, and the service will be the day after from noon until 1. The venue will be Okonomiya Ceremony Hall.
I see. It's Deputy Mary Kazawa's grandson's funeral we're talking about. We have to pay our respects. Mion, I'll have you go in my stead.
Okay, got it. Should I wear mourning clothes? How much should I bring for the funeral offering?
You can go in your school uniform. Make sure you button it up properly. For the money, 50... no, 100,000 yen. They've done a lot for us.
Mion quietly whistled in awe at the exorbitant amount of money her grandmother was offering.
Ikazawa-san's been a prudent person ever since his days as head of the Okonomiya Municipal Office. Even if those government types paid me a visit, they'd always stay outside. But whenever I offered Ikazawa-san a cup of tea, he'd come inside and carefully listen to what I had to say. He always lent a proper ear to what people had to say. Others should learn from a person like him.
The two guests made a show of nodding, making it clear they were paying attention as Audio reminisced. The sight of them trying not to get on Audio's bad side was humorous enough to elicit laughter from Mion occasionally.
How young was Deputy Mayor Ikazawa's grandson when he died?
11 years old, apparently.
Oreo closed her eyes and shook her head lightly, lamenting the loss of such a young life.
If I recall correctly, he said he only had one grandchild. How sad. There's nothing worse for a parent than outliving their offspring.
You're really nice to other people, Granny. If Shion or I died, would you be this sad?
Don't be stupid. Saying something like that's bad luck.
Having got the reaction she expected, Mion cackled. The two guests, unsure if they were supposed to laugh along, instead forced awkward smiles.
We'll take our leave for today, then. We'll be by tomorrow evening at 5 to pick you up. Until then, please excuse us.
After bowing their heads repeatedly, the guests left by the front door. Mion saw them off, waving her little hand goodbye.
They're gone. Must be rough for them to pay you a courtesy visit, Granny.
It would have been fine if they just broke the news over the phone.
Well, it was true that Orio Sonozaki was a central person for both her relatives and the residents of Hinamizawa village as a whole. As a voting bloc, they numbered people in the several thousands. It wasn't hard to imagine the mayor would try to pander to her. Unlike Mion, however, Orio was looking up longingly at the sky from the veranda.
What's the matter? You going senile? I just thought that no matter whose grandchild it was, I'd feel sorry for them.
Saying that, she let out a deep sigh. Mion was let down, as normally her grandmother would have scolded her for her attitude.
Mion, you know, that minister's grandson, how long has it been since he was abducted?
4 days, maybe?
Orio let out another deep sigh.
He may be the grandchild of our bitter enemy, but I still feel sorry for him.
Really?
That's enough of a warning. We should bring this to an end soon.
The playful expression drained from Mion's face, leaving behind a stern one, and then, as if to ascertain Orio's will, looked into her eyes. Orio, expressing her intention with only those eyes, looked back into Mion's.
I want some tea. Could you call for some? Some of that chocolate, too.
Mion gave a small nod, then turned around.
Shimiko-san, are you there? Grandma wants some tea. Could you prepare some?
From far away, a voice responded in the affirmative. Mion, after confirming that she'd been heard, picked up the phone and began dialing.
Hello? This is Mion. Yeah. Is my father there?
And that is where we are going to stop for tonight. but stick around to theorize and look at fun art, as we always do. Oh, God. My shoulders. But, yeah. Things are definitely looking interesting, aren't they? Thank you once again to Indigo for the lovely map pat of choice. Alright, but anyway, yeah, you guys can get doing theory time talking while I pull up our art for tonight. It's funny seeing the young sprites because the original sprites are just the same ones. Yep, because Ryukishi could not afford to draw these characters more than once, even though they are like several years younger in these flashbacks. Okay, let's see. Some very nice stuff this week, as usual, by the way. A lot of good stuff on Tumblr in particular this week. That's all for Tumblr. I have to pull up something from Discord. Kitty with the £5. Current thoughts on the supposed time-wasting arc. Starts eating the drywall. Yeah, funny name, right? Funny name, right? Nice, Diz. Good, good. Glad to hear it. You could just catch up later. But, okay, yeah. Let's go to the art channel on my server. There we go. Let's see. Go. There's that. There's this. Okay. I think that's everything that I had to pull up art-wise, perhaps. So, yeah, okay. Anywho, let's get looking at what people are saying in the chat. I know that Gona has started a long one, so let me start reading with this.
When Oishi investigated Rena's past, he said he went to the clinic because she got psychiatrist counseling at, and the doctor refused to talk without a warrant, but one of the nurses agreed to help. It's likely that when Rena first moved to Hinamizawa, she continued her psychiatrist counseling at the local clinic, and Oishi tried the same method to get information, and Takano was working with him. It is also possible that Takano is the nurse from the first clinic, since she is not originally from Hinamizawa. This is why Takano and likely Tomitake died, since everyone in contact with Oishi is targeted by the curse, the whole Yoshida-sama's messenger thing. If the Takano faked her death theory is right, then she could have sneaked into the clinic and killed Irie. She could also have been listening to Irie and Keiichi's conversation, and that's why Oishi showed up and caught Keiichi digging the body. Even if Takano was not at the clinic, she could have planted a listening device in Irie's office while she was working there. Other possible moles: Shion, she snuck into the warehouse with Takano, and they had the same beliefs about the curse. Maybe they're working together. Satoshi, he was in contact with Oishi because before he went missing, he could be alive and working with Oishi. Tomitake, maybe just like how Akasaka is pretending to be a nature photographer, Tomitake is also undercover agent. A undercover agent. All very interesting theories. I think definitely there is some credence given to that last one in particular because of that, simply because, you could definitely choose to interpret it a certain way that Rika goes out of her way to compare Akasaka to Tomitake earlier. But, very, very interesting. Let's see. I find it interesting that Rika was not supposed to have a question arc for herself like the other girls, given that this one was added last moment. I do find it very interesting that this one was added last moment, because honestly, like, in the grand scheme of the story, like, as it currently exists, I honestly can't imagine Higurashi without Himatsubushi. I feel like it has so many necessary, like, puzzle pieces that having Higurashi without it, I feel like it would have to be like a much different story by the end. Let's see. Donkey Monkey, I think that that box's tip is about the loops or whatever the fuck is happening. Normally you can only see one outcome of life, but make a time loop and you can see many possibilities. But even if you see all those possibilities, are any really better than the others? How many boxes would you open before choosing one? Would you choose one? Interesting thought. Did I see Gloomy's last minute submission? Hold on, let me see. Oh, no, I did not. Let me make sure that I get that up, so that it'll be part of the art. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. Rika's definitely one of the most mysterious characters. She seems to know something. Jadariel, just a few details in a meta sense. I appreciate this being from adult characters' perspective. POV, given that this is the point the demographic of older teens would be 18 to 19 by the release of this arc. Also, I noticed that young Mion is a lot more traditionally girly looking than when she had a whole crisis, in Arc 2 over not being seen as a girl by Keiichi. Definitely. Seditious, Furu Dad. Rika is practicing her serious mode on Akasaka that she will later use for her dad mode. Her paternal instincts are so strong that she wants to adopt and protect Akasaka as he wants to with her. Yeah, Akasaka's like, damn, I kind of want to be this girl's dad. And she's like, no. I don't think that you understand, sir. Hand on his shoulder. I will be your dad. The end of Tatari Goroshi also implies Tomitake is a fake name. Yeah, I think, isn't there's a bit toward the end of Onikakushi, too, where Oishi writes a note about wondering, it's either, I can't remember if it's Onikakushi or if it's Watanagashi. It's one of the two, where, like, Oishi ponders in his notes over whether or not Tomitake is a pen name. It is mentioned in Onikakushi, okay. Yeah, I thought so.
Let's see. I really enjoy Oishi. Like, obviously he's a pig, but he's a very engaging character, and the conflicts really would feel incomplete without him. No, absolutely. Like, that's the thing. Like, we all guffaw, we all crack jokes. I mean, well, okay, not crack jokes necessarily. We're being serious. Like, he is a piece of shit. He's a stupid fucking cop. But he is very well written to be that. Like, it is very clear, I think, that in Ryukishi's experiences being in, like, social services and stuff like that, he has definitely encountered many police that are probably like this. And so he writes the police from a very, like, grounded, realistic POV in that respect, I think. Both in the ways that, like, people kind of just view them as, like, a normal part of society and kind of, like, overlook what they do, but also the ways in which they, like, very clearly are, you know, just, like, total fucking scumbags. So it's very interesting. One more art in the Discord? Okay, cool. Our Habaki game with the $2. Another art has hit the Discord, Madam President. Oh my god, no! No! This can't be! Okay. I'll get it. Ooh! That's so good! Okay, yeah. Glad that we went back for that. That's really good. That's really good, Ibikuri. But yeah, theory, Akasaka was cheating the whole Mahjong match and they just didn't notice. Yeah, true. Me when I eat the Mahjong tiles when nobody's looking. Jeez. He's eating the pieces. Okay, yeah. Autistic Froplio has something ongoing. I will wait for you to finish that. I scroll back through just to make sure there wasn't anything that I missed. Yeah, Jiro Tomitake is referred to as a pen name, and they find no one with that name on record, so he is undercover either for the damn police or murder reasons. It's a fair enough assumption, I suppose. No real theory, is just me being sad Mion having such weighty responsibilities placed on her from such a young age. No, yeah, it's very interesting. Like, on one hand, it's kind of conflicting, right? Like, from what you see here, and I mean, like, we'll form more of an opinion on Oreo the more we see of her, but, like, you can definitely tell that Mion has a lot of, like, respect and admiration and love for her grandmother, but at the same time, it is, like, really, you know, almost even, like, a little understatedly fucked up how, like, much she is expected to go along with and to be abreast of and sort of communicate with her grandmother about. The fact that she has to be, like, aware of, like, a kidnapping of a kid who is, like, not even, like, that much younger than her, really, like, if at all, and just has to, like, go along with that is a lot to ask a child to have to do. The fact that we know by this point that she has been involved in some of the protest activities, that she has literally gotten hauled off, like, she has been literally in encounters with police officers. I believe I remember, you know, Mion saying, you know, the classic Mion line, you know, I used to throw bricks at people. Like, she's been actively embroiled in all of this even since a very young age, and I can't imagine that that would be very easy for somebody who is that young. But it's just like, you know, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. It makes you wonder what Shion is going through right now. Like, is she involved with the protests? If so, is it because she wants to or because of her family? Yeah, we have no idea about Shion at this point because we haven't even seen her. And it doesn't really seem like she's around. And we know that in the future she lives separately from Mion, but we don't really know at one point in time that became a thing and for what reason, at least at present, so... Tomitake could just be a fake name, and he's actually 2 unknown children in disguise, hence needing a pen. Yeah, the Tomitake bot. He's a mech suit. That's why he's so built. The abs are just like a panel that you know that lifts, and then you see that there's actually a piloting a cockpit inside of him. Crap, I fell behind the live. I posted something in the Blue Sky tag. Okay, let me look real quick. One moment. There it is. Yeah, let me get that prepped real quick. There we go. Okay, cool. We have it. We got it. We're safe. We're good gamers. Okay. I don't know if that's all you are typing, but I will at least read your first message and then catch up. Autistic Freplio, I can see how that tip with the red and blue ties into themes we've been seeing so far. In Onikakushi, Rena wishes she had done something different with Satoshi, and when Keiichi starts acting like him, she does what she wishes she did. In Watanagashi, Keiichi wishes he gave me on the doll, and so on. I think these themes heavily tie into the reason we're seeing different versions of Watanagashi. Ooh, okay, that's definitely very interesting. I like that. I do like that. It's a good thought. Shion mentioned getting injured by the cop, or was that Mion pretending to be her? I don't remember. I also don't remember, but I would have to assume that it was probably Mion, judging by the context. ERA. Takano was present at the beginning of Oyashiro-sama's curse in 1979. Possibly she knew or even be replacing the victim. His profession is not known, but his hobby is bird photography. But no specific bird has been mentioned. Apparently they were in migration season, but he's probably looking for something in the trees, maybe along the river paths. Scratching out the throat wound tears out his control panel and renders him inoperable. Oh my god. Have we considered that he wants to take pictures of crows? The same crows that murdered Rika with the hatchet before? Oh my god. No, write that down, Tomitake is controlling the crowd of crows with a sonic frequency that he produces from his robot speaker. He lifts his hands. His camera is actually the speaker. It's not a real camera. He's using it to summon them. No worries, ERA. Oh, God. Oh, if we don't get Robo Tomitake art next week, I'm gonna be so sad. I'm gonna be so sad. Austin, stop messaging me. What did he message me anyway? Oh, okay. I'll get to that in a bit. Let's see. to scroll up. Okay, there we go. I would try to draw it right now if I didn't think it would take too long. No, fair enough. It probably would, but but we have next week. He's summoning a murder. No, 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 no. Okay. I think we've probably reached a point. Can I just go to Discord to put my big analysis there? You may, but I think we're probably gonna go ahead and stop theory for tonight. But thank you for everybody's input. Now I will do art. Here we go. All right. Starting off with this art from Chiyoko at Chiyoko Arts on Twitter and Blue Sky. This scene from the opening of the anime was one of the scenes that really stood out to me when I watched it. Rika always seemed more mature than her age. Yeah, I wonder about that. But yeah, I love that shot. It's one of the most iconic shots from the Higurashi anime opening for sure. One of the few things that I look at from the anime that still gives me certified nostalgia. Pretty good. And yeah, you did a very good job rendering this. It looks really good in your style. The OP in general is great. I mostly agree, but I kind of disagree. I love the OP in a vacuum. For my money, though, I don't think it's very fitting for Higurashi. I think it gives a bit of a skewed impression myself, but I still appreciate the artistry of it. We have this from Decipher on Blue Sky. Satoko Whip. Very good indeed. Really like this. What a mischievous little gremlin you've got here. Good pose. Really like the detail on the backpack. Very good. The clothing folds make me jealous of your abilities because I am so terrible at clothing folds. And this just looks really natural and very good. Very good job. Yeah. Next up on Tumblr, we have this from Tarantarat. Go my Satorika. Very true indeed. Please let them have a happy moment, for God's sake. Please. Oh, okay. I see what you mean, Atropos. Yeah. And Evie Curry. Yes. Absolutely. I understand what you mean. I get it now. And then I knew. But yes, very cute. Oh yeah, hey, it's this guy. From Torrential Stardust, Indigo. Higurashi, Akasaka go, Hi folks, I started this drawing before Satoko's, but finished it just today. Or, I guess yesterday, since stream starts at 1 a.m. for me. This is our Chapter 4 protagonist, doing that old animated Batman pose. I'm pretty proud of all the shapes and stuff. I initially had the wrist and arm a lot more crooked, but fixed it this/last morning. I enjoy the fact that in most depictions, this guy is a little bigger and beefier than many other characters. Makes a change. I also made an alt for him based on the single CG of him in this chapter. That's the sprite in the where he's wearing different clothes than the sprite in the thumbnail, which led me to also making another alt. No significance. I just think the colors look nice together. Lying. I'm actually not that far ahead, so I need to read more of Chapter 5 onwards, but I've mostly just been reading a lot of Yuri as of late, which is nice at least. That is also true. I encourage this. But yeah, this is a very good Akasaka. I appreciate your commitment to the bit Theory Time Funny Pictures, as always. It's just kind of become such a fixture at this point of the streams that I feel like it would be wrong if they just weren't here. Yeah, continuing to deliver, knocking it out of the park. I appreciate your hard work. Next is this from a-pining-tree on Tumblr. Have my first assignment in cosplay class. Cosplay class? I want to take a cosplay class. I had my first assignment in cosplay class and decided to make Ushiromiya Maria's crown. It has been a long time since I've worked with a 3D printer and was my first time working with E6000 and spray paint, but I'm pleased with how it turned out. This has also become my gateway into indoctrinating one of my teachers of the class into looking into Umineko. That's so cute. I really like this. This did come out really well. You did a very good job on the paint. I think this would make like a really, really good cosplay prop for sure. I mean, you know, I honestly, it's the type of thing that, like, if you did order, like, an actually made cosplay of a character, I would, like, you know, this would not be out of place in receiving something like that at all, to me. Yeah, really good work. Next, we have this from Dingo's Trash on Tumblr. Extremely teeny tiny Rika hype. I'm so small and ineffectual. Bitches, help! And creature. This is really good. I like this a lot. I'm gonna imagine Rika saying bitches help at every opportunity now. Literally anytime she is in trouble, she just turns and does the little doe eyes and says bitches help. And then everybody, you know, comes out in droves, of course, as is to be expected. La criatura. Oh, jeez. Very, very good. Very good. As always, you do a really fantastic job with these. I always really like your very cartoony style. It's very aesthetically pleasing. And also just, like, your general posing and, like, your shading and stuff is very good as well. I like it a lot. Next up, we have this from Zeep Bleep, except the E's in Bleep are 3's on Tumblr. Vera, Witch of Identity and Introspection. Finally got around to making a witch OC. I'd gotten a OC designed by Lati Oni, that is Lati-Oni on Blue Sky. That's Lati-Oni. Which I named Vera. Okay. Short for Veronica. Gotcha. And she kind of became a bit of a self-insert, though has her own self-indulgent lore as well. During my second Umineko read-through, when I saw some others had repurposed old OCs for Umineko OCs, I finally figured out what to do for a witch OC. Actually got Lati to design an outfit for Vera to fit in with the fashion of the other witches, and probably went overboard writing a little bit. Between writing this excerpt and posting, I actually finished that read-through, and my partner has finished their first read-through, and are starting with the Higurashi VOD, so I also wanted to add an additional thank you for creating an accessible entry point for the When They Cry series. Thank you! Again, I don't think I'd ever would have engaged with the series due to the reputation the Dean anime gave it and my proverbial weak stomach, and with performances of such quality to boot. I also met some cool people and made some more friends here, so an additional thank you for fostering such a lovely community. Honestly, to me, that's one of the most rewarding parts of doing this. It's not only, like, getting to share something that I really like, and getting more people, you know, to have the same brainworms as me, but, you know, having a lot of those people get to have fun with it with each other and, like, experience those first read-throughs in the context of, like, talking with each other about it. I think that's the most fun that you can have with something like this. Oh, it's pronounced Lufa. Sorry about that. Gotcha. Or Luffy. What? Huh? What? Are you... I'm hoping you guys are not trying to fuck with me. I think it's a joke. Okay. Stop. Do not speak to me unless you wish to be sincere, fool. Okay, anyway. getting back to reading this. But that's enough rambling onto the OC lore. Is what I would say if I hadn't written 6 paragraphs. Condensed version, Vera, witch of identity and introspection, was once furniture. She found herself trapped in a logic error by a transphobic witch, and only by looking deep into the pieces and reinterpreting them was she able to escape. She helped Kaida solve her own logic error. Indigo acknowledged her core through the game board, and now Vera and Kaida travel the Sea of Fragments together, being very gay all the while. Excellent. Love it. I do really like this design, by the way. This is very, very well done. The dress in particular is very, very well rendered. Like, holy shit. Yeah, really, really excellent. Quite like this. And I'm really glad that this has been an accessible. I mean, like, you know, I've said this a million times, I guess, but like I'm very glad that this has been an accessible entry point. Okay, next up we have this from Tiny Ceratops Art, which is a follow-up to that. So I have made a new Mineko OC, yay! Here's Kaida. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is basic. Yeah, let me read this. Maybe light. I maybe should have said this in the last one too. Like, maybe light Umineko spoilers in terms of like elements from Umineko, but I don't think it's probably that big of a deal. Originally a human piece who had become the furniture of a witch, she'll forever remain as the Siren Witch. The witch had used her in multiple cruel games, causing her and the other pieces not only physical but mental damage. The only way she was able to escape was when another author saw the abandoned game board and repurposed the pieces in a newer, kinder game. Before Kaida had been found, she had been locked away in a logic error, causing her to act out of character, taking more self-destructive actions. There was one action that Kaida was incapable of completing, resulting in the Siren abandoning the game and her in disgust, choosing to weave a new game without her. Kaida was left on the shelf after this, frozen in the game that would never be completed. This was until Vera had been trapped herself and began examining the boards and its pieces. Due to both being stuck in logic errors within the same board but different games, they both sensed another presence within it. Though the source was unknown, this gave Vera a drive to look deeper within the board itself after escaping the logic error she was in. Kaida's logic error was caused because actions that were written for her were not ones she herself could follow through with. She struggled to take the initiative to take her own actions after being broken down to continue the story. After finally flipping the game board and taking her own action, after having enough and snapping, she was able to escape her cruel fate. Kaida then meets Vera after the escape, soon following her through the Sea of Fragments to help those who were stuck in similar situations to herself and find their own heart and guide them to the end of the game. Very, very sweet. I do enjoy it. Also a very good design. Yeah. No, ERA, no, we cannot talk about Umineko. We can't. I was simply reading this OC lore and decided that it was probably not that big of a deal in terms of the light spoilery elements. But yes, don't talk about Umineko. Shush. But yeah, very good backstory and art and design and everything. I love them. Wah. Okay. Moving on. We have this from Schrodinger's Cat Girl. Throws this at my screen rapidly. Sorry, these are so simple and rushed. My laptop is broken. Miss I'm a not okay. Oh yeah, I'm a not okay. Italian Mio Takano, I guess this is my life now. I had completely forgotten about that. Oh my god. It is very cute though. I do like this the little scrunkly face that she's got going on, but I had completely forgotten about I'm a not okay. Very good. Very good. Moving on to Discord. First, I wanted to include this. This is my own picture that I took, because this is something that that regular viewer and mod, Gloomy Squids, sent me in the mail. I own these in real life. They are up on my pinboard that is above my computer desk right now. So, just so you know, like, all of these beautiful pictures that you are seeing in front of you at the moment, these are all things that I have within my reach. And, you know, maybe during, like, the... maybe if I ever do a face cam stream, I'll wear all of these on, like a jacket or something. I think that'd be funny. But... yeah, so there you go. Thank you, Gloomy, for this. It was sent with a very sweet letter as well. I really appreciated it. Yeah. I just wanted to show that off. So yeah, there you go. Now, moving on to the actual art from the server. We've got this one from Rahela, done with my very first thing for the fan art wheel. Spoilers for Chapter 4. Meep, I'm only 2 apples tall. Yeah, understandable. I understand your reaction, sir. That sounds like the type of thing that Rika would say, but also, I don't know why, when I hear that phrase, it just, like, it makes me think of Hamsar. This is, like, a joke that maybe approximately 2 people will get, if any, in the chat right now, because I'm a fucking internet boomer, I guess, and nobody knows anything about Homestar Runner anymore, and it makes me sad, but I'm only 2 apples tall. It's just, that's how I hear it in my head, you know? Makes sense, right? Somebody will back me up on this. Hopefully. Homestar Runner with a question mark at the end. See, that's how we know that we've vacated God's grace. I'm not trying to make fun of you, by the way, Dr. Hedwig. Oh, no. Okay, you knew. You jump scared me. You were waiting. I see. Okay. Gotcha. Finally. Whew. My people, they've arrived. Okay. I'm good. I've de-aged now. I'm spry and young again. Anyway. Next, we have this from Marble. Marble Lane. Couldn't catch the stream because of work, but I drew Rena. Yay! This is really cute. I really like this. Her expression is very good. It's never too late, Vera. You should check it out. You should go, guys. You should go to homestarrunner.com right now at the end of this stream. You know, very very fitting pivot from Higurashi. You should go and watch all the Homestar Runner cartoons. Very similar pieces of media. Another artist at the Discord. I'll get to it in a second. I'll get to it. But yeah, thank you for your Rena doodle. This is very good. Very cute. This from Pitch, the infamous beginner saxophone honk. Tonight, the music. She's so bad. Does he mean that in that she's so bad as in like he thinks she's like, oh man, she's bad as hell, what? Or as in she's bad at playing because she can't play an instrument? I don't know. Knowing Keiichi, it's probably both. But this is really good. I love this expression. Just very, very well done. Yeah. This also, yeah. This is like the actual fucking sax itself is drawn really, really well. Like holy shit. This, yeah. Very good style. I like this a lot. Next up from Dav, at Space Caribou, whose current name in the server is John Mahjong. With this Rika, very cute. I really like the way that you drew the little inside area of the bus stop. By the way, it's very it's got a nice texture to it. I enjoy it. It's very nice and painterly looking. Very, very good work. From Gloomy, child jump scare, her head too damn big. Bobblehead looking ass. But aw, look at her. She's not gonna threaten you with horrible eventualities or anything at all. No. Very, very good. Thank you, Gloomy. We have this sent in by Evie Curry. This is really, really good. This little doodle sheet. First with a Oreo and Mion, which I really, really love how you rendered them here. They look great. Like, holy shit, this is really good. Me when I'm I'm what? At the hand washing station, and then, yeah, Daddy, you can put him in the river. Did not get the message. Audio crash. Oh man, yeah, Daddy, you can put him in the river. For some reason, I don't know why that just cracks me up so bad to even just imagine her saying. This is really good. You did a really good job with this. I like this a lot. And then, aha, I see. Another thing from Gloomy. Takano after 12-hour shifts. AU where Takano is just a nurse that wears normal scrubs and does 3 12-hour shifts, hence why she looks older and tired. Chat. You know, I could fix her. I'm just saying. You know, there's. Yeah, I think we could hit it off. Very, very good though. I like this a lot. This is very cute. She's kinda true. Okay, but yeah. Very, very good art, contributed by everybody, as usual. Flip through it once more just to show everything. Yeah, I do like. With that logic, I could fix Oishi. Get him to quit his job, and I'll talk to you about it. Maybe. We'll leave that up to your own your own cunning and skill. Anyway. But yeah. Very good, everybody. Thank you once again. Let me just save again real quick. I get paranoid about you know the ProZD Vine, the like, did I save? Wait, did I save? Sleeping in bed. Wait. You know, that's how I feel all the time with these chapters. But anyway. I think that this was a great stream. Thank you once again for watching, everybody. We'll be finishing this arc next week. And then, once we do that, we will officially be done with the question arcs and on into answer arc territory. It's so weird. It feels... I don't know why, like... I mean, essentially, like, Higurashi... I mean, I guess the question arcs of Higurashi aren't quite as long as the question arcs of Umineko are, because episode 4 of Umineko is so fucking long. But I mean, like, Higurashi overall is still, like, pretty much the same length as Umineko. It really doesn't feel like we should be this far already. You know? Like, it's weird. It doesn't feel like we've gotten that far. But no extra endings this time? No. I mean, there are short stories, quote-unquote, for Higurashi, but, most of them are either bad or they are stuff that you can only really save for after finishing the series anyway. So, you know. But, yeah. Thank you all once again for watching. I'll see you next week. Have a good one, everybody. Am I cutting out? I don't think I'm cutting out. I mean, I'm cutting out right now. I'm gonna leave. I'm cutting out of this world. Well, hopefully not out of this world. Yet. Did cut out a little? Damn! Damn it! What's happening? Oh well, I have to leave now. Before it gets worse. Before the deterioration spreads. But, anyway. I'll see you guys later. Bye! Oh yeah, remember I've got a video coming out tomorrow. You should watch it. Okay, bye.